Okay, so let's get started. Now, like I said, we're gonna go from beginning to end. So the first thing we have to do, and I'll be working on a Mac. So if you're working on a Windows or PC, try to figure out. They're pretty similar for the most part. So just figure out what would be the equivalent that you have to do to set the project up. But for the most part, I think everything I'll be teaching you is pretty transferable. Okay. So here, let's get started. So the first thing you have to do is and I'll be showing you now. We're not going to go into a complete terminal command tutorial, but I'll be at least teaching you the few ones that you do need to know in order to navigate around. And again, there's a lot of tutorials on this on YouTube or a bunch of places, and there is a lot of conversation between whether what IDE we're going to be going with. Visual Studio Code, we are going to be setting up the application on Firebase so that we can host it. We can have a database as fast as possible. And that is one of the things that you want to always keep in mind when it comes to programming, especially as you're starting to program. The most important thing is not becoming an advanced programmer at first. The most important thing that you want to know about programming is how can you create an MVP or a minimal viable product as quickly as possible. As you scale your companies or as you work on different code bases, you want to be able to understand this. So that's what I want to get through to you. We will be going over some advanced concepts. But the first thing and the most important thing on that every beginner programmer or even advanced programmers need to get through their head is that it is the speed at which we can get a first product in front of our users that will be benefiting from them. So that's why I want to give you all the tools you need that will speed up that process for you, and not have you learn complex things that other programming tutorials might be getting into. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I keep all my projects in a file called projects. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new directory here. This is, we're going to call it tutorials. And then we're going to go into that directory. Okay. And once you're there, we are going to, so here's some of the stuff I do just so you guys know my process. So here's a tutorial how to set up a React project with Parcel, and it makes it pretty easy for us. So why do I show you this? The reason I'm showing you this is because no matter what, and again, there is honestly there is tutorial after tutorial. Now when you're getting started on React applications, the first thing that you will come across is whether you want to get into Webpack or you want to get into this, that, or the other, okay? And all those things are important, but the number one thing you want to do is you want to get your site up and running. So how about we do that as quickly as possible, okay? So let's start here, and we're going to go with this tutorial. So again, I go through this every single time. You guys can as well, okay? So let's, now that we have our directory, and we can come here and we can see that we are in the file tutorial. So we're going to create and we can just follow the tutorial over here. So we're going to make a new file, okay, and we're going to call it intro to React and Firebase. Okay, great. Now we're going to cd into that, and now we're there. Okay, great. Now for this tutorial, since we will be working with React, you will need to install Node and you will need to install Visual Studio Code. So if you want to install Node, just go to Node.js. Okay. And then for Visual Studio Code, this will be the editor we're going to be using, Visual Studio Code. Okay. Great editor. You guys can pick your favorite one. This is the one that all the cool kids are using. So let's go with it. So a Node, it's very, very simple. Just again, I would click on just this download, follow the steps, and it's self-explanatory. For Visual Studio Code, same thing. Just click over here, follow the steps, pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so just download those two things, and you will be ready to go. Then, once you have Node and once you have Visual Studio Code installed, then the next thing we got to do is create or initialize our project. So for every Node application or JavaScript application, we create this thing called a package.json. And a package.json pretty much is where we will install all the packages we need, and we will set up our initial project. And I will show you examples of some that I have set up myself so that you guys can see what a production one looks like. But let's get started. So we're going to say npm init, and we're going to do -y. And the -y pretty much just says yes to everything. So it's going to go through a prompt, and what it will do for you is it's going to create this file. So now that we have that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code. And then in Visual Studio Code, you see that we have our project. Okay, so that's where we're going to get started. Perfect. Let's keep going through the tutorial. Now that we have created a project, we're going to go ahead and install React. Okay, so over here, we can open the terminal. You can go over here for if you're in Visual Studio Code and then just new terminal. Okay, we can see that the terminal tells us we are inside of our project. Once we are in here, then we're going to say npm install save React and React DOM. Okay, so we're going to save to our project React and React DOM. This tells our project that we're going to be using these tools. And pretty much when you're creating applications, this is kind of the setup of how everything works. Okay, you will install libraries, and the way you install it is npm. So npm, let me just show you, npm.js.com. This is pretty much, at least for JavaScript application, the place you can come to find any library that you want to install. And there are, like I said, amazing libraries out there. One of the ones we are using right now, it's React. So we can go ahead and come over here, React.js. This is actually created by Facebook, okay, which is an awesome library. There are other ones, but as you can see, even for React, this, like I was telling you, once you become a programmer, there is this active community, and you can install all these libraries absolutely free and use them in your project, and this will speed up your development time. So get used to and get familiar with npm. It's an invaluable tool. So let's go back to our tutorial over here. Next, we are going to install Babel. We're going to install Babel, and as well as Babel, we're going to install the Parcel bundler. So let me explain to you what all this is. So Babel is a transpiler. Now, JavaScript is a language that's currently it's still in active development, you can say. So what will usually happen is the EC39 community, they're the standards body for JavaScript. So they're the ones that say, hey, this is what we want to introduce into the language. But browsers don't usually update as quickly as the specs do. So what happens is that there are these great libraries like Babel that allow us to use modern JavaScript functionality, and it'll transpile it so that even in old browsers, our code will work. So we don't have to use old legacy code, and we can start creating our applications with modern JavaScript functionality. And if you're just getting into JavaScript, I honestly would say don't even worry about it. Just welcome the benefits that you get with Babel. So that's what Babel is going to do for us. Okay, it's going to help us write better code and use all the new features of the language. Also, Parcel. So Parcel is another thing that helps us set up our project. So since our project is a JavaScript project, usually this has to get bundled together into one big file. Now, there are many ways to do this. One tool is Webpack, another one is Rollup. There are many tools. So, but what this awesome library called Parcel.js has done is it allows us to configure our project without worrying about every single configuration in the book. So if you know about Webpack, great. But if you don't, this is what I use to get all my projects started. And again, it saves me so much headache. It bundles everything. You don't even have to think about it, okay? So just take my word for it. Use Parcel. If you want to get more into Webpack, maybe we'll create a tutorial later, but Parcel, honestly, what an amazing team, and they have an amazing product. So Babel and Parcel is what we need to get our project started. And then once we have that installed, let me see if my installation is. It'll take a few seconds, so I will pause the video here, and then we'll continue when it's done. Okay, so with that done, let's move on to the next thing. So the next thing we want to do is we're going to go over here in our folder, and we're going to create a new file called .babel rc. Okay, and I'm going to show you what one of my other Babel RC's files look like, so you can and I'll explain this again. Pretty much, you want to get through this. There's tutorials and all this if you want to look into it. Remember, our goal here is to get an application going as quickly as possible. So we're going to try to get through the setup process as quickly as possible, but I will explain to you what you need to know at least at the surface level. So Babel, remember what I told you. It allows us to use the modern features of the language without worrying about whether we are going to leave out any of the older browsers. Okay, so that's what it's about. So one of the things that we need to do with Babel RC is that we need to create this folder and tell it, hey, we're using these kind of these features. Okay, so when you transpile our code, okay, when you create that file that we're eventually going to publish online, this is kind of what we're using. So don't freak out. Okay, and it allows it to then set all your features up for you. So we are using, and we'll go over this, but again, if you go to the Babel.js site, you can see that there is a bunch of plugins, and it's an amazing resource. So if you want, I would encourage you to get familiar with this. It's fantastic, and honestly, yeah, it's just great. So go ahead, check it out. Okay, so let's keep moving through this. Okay, now that we have that, we will, let's see here. I don't know if we'll need the class properties, but let's just add it for good measure. And again, these are just features of new JavaScript. We won't use getIgnore because we won't be, at least during this tutorial, and later ones we might create one that's, where we're using GitHub and all that stuff, or Git. But for now, let's just keep it simple. Okay, and then the next thing we need to do is, I like to put my index files. So, project setup is very important. I would tell you, at first, as you're beginning, try to, just see what works for you. There are many ways to organize your files, and as your application grows, I would say this actually becomes very important, because you want to make sure that it's not, that is organized. Okay, that's the main benefit. So we're going to create, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to, and if you see me, we're going to create a file here called index.html. So this is going to be our main file. This is going to be, and you'll see with React applications, usually with most applications, you see all these huge, you see all these HTML files. With React application, we're actually just going to have one, which is fantastic. And then React is going to take care of the rest. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I would do here is I'm copying over some of the file I have used before, and as you create more and more projects, what you will find is that you will benefit from previous projects, because you can just get through this a lot quicker. So let me just explain over here. And again, this is really not an HTML class or a CSS class, but this is pretty simple, and this is kind of the necessary stuff just to set up your project. So this is, again, a regular HTML simple project setup. You got your doc type, then your HTML tags, your head tags, and your head tags, we're setting our UTFs, viewports, stuff for Internet Explorer, which is everyone's favorite browser. Just kidding. Then we are going to give our application a title. So let's call it React application. Perfect. or let's call it React blog application, okay? Just so we know what we're doing. Then we are going to, we haven't created this yet, so let's go ahead and create another file here called new file, and we're going to say index.css, okay? Again, pretty much just at the root directory. So that's going to be our CSS file. We are going to be using another library called ant.d, which you guys can find it over here, ant.design, ant.design, okay? And then go to components and button. This is going to be the library that we're going to be using kind of to style our application. Now, and there is another one. So one of the most popular ones is Bootstrap. You guys can use whichever one you want. One of the benefits, again, of doing this, and part of the reason why I want to show you guys all these tools, is this is how we can get applications created quickly, okay? So like I said, this is a great community, and what this team has done is they have created all this all these components, okay? And we'll go over what a component is, but this is a component. A button is a component. A drop down is a component. Anything that's on a website, whether it's an image, whether it's a select, whether it's an avatar, a badge, a comment, all these things are components, okay? And instead of us going out there and creating our own components, we can find libraries that have already created it, kind of a set of them. And ant.design is one of my favorites. It's minimalistic. I think it gives our application a great look and feel. So that's what we're going to be using. So that's what I have over here. I'm importing the ant library and JavaScript. Then one other thing we'll do is we'll create a div over here, and then you can just do div, give it an ID. I like to call it root. This is going to be the root of our application. And then we are going to say script. We're going to create a script tag. This is going to be where our React application lives. And we're going to put it over here. We're going to create a new folder. Okay. Not a new file, but a new folder. We're going to call it src. And inside that folder, we're going to create a new file called index.js. And while we're at it, we are also going to create a new folder called components. And inside components, it's where all of our React components are going to live. And this will all make sense in a little bit. Okay, but we just want to set up a project. And that's almost, that's pretty much all we need. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what else we're missing. Let's go back to our tutorial we're following. If I can find it. Okay. Okay, I can ignore. We have created our HTML index.html, and then we're going to go into, let's see here, into our package.json, and this is beautiful. So remember, the package.json is where all of our libraries are going to, as we install more and more packages, this is where everything is going to live. Also, this is how we start our project, and I'll show you what that means. So one of the things that is awesome about Parcel is Parcel comes with its own server, so we can test locally, and it has hot module reloading. So as we update our application, we will be able to see the changes immediately in the browser. So all that comes with Parcel. Like I said, if you don't know and you're using a bunch of other tools before, and you've never used Parcel before, you're welcome. It's an amazing tool. And if you've never used any of those tools and you're using Parcel, then just don't worry about it, okay? And enjoy the benefits. It's amazing. And don't even worry about what you needed to do before. So again, as you get more advanced in your career as a programmer, you can get into all that stuff, but this is all we need to get started. And most projects at the beginning, honestly, this is what stops most people. Okay, it's the fact that they can't get a project set up and create it. So let's go ahead and let's see something really quickly. So again, remember, we went to scripts. We created a start. So in scripts, and you will see how this works now. But once we have the start, all we have to say is Parcel. Then we have to point the Parcel file to the source, okay? And within source, index.html. So let's go over here and let's see within our source. We have that, and then let's go to the package JSON over here. So yeah, okay. So what we're gonna do, since our index is gonna live mainly at the root level, we don't have to do all of, we're not gonna put it inside the source file for now. We're going to put it at the source over here, and I'll explain a little bit more why that is. You know, sometimes I put in the source file. It depends how you want to organize, but for this project, we are going to just leave it at the root level, and that'll be fine. So we're just gonna say parcel index HTML to keep things simple, and let's just do npm run start, and let's see what we get. Okay, so Parcel is gonna bundle. Okay, this is what bundling looks like, and as you can see, Parcel went ahead and created this distribution file for us. And you know, if we look in here, let's just wait till it's done, and then I'll show you what happens once it's done. Okay, so now that it's done, let's look inside the distribution file. And Parcel has gone ahead and taken our index.html, everything we set up, and then it created this distribution file, and it's going to serve our website from this file over here. So let's see here. So if we go to localhost 1234, and right now we won't see anything. So let's fix that. Let's fix that, and here's a quick way to fix it. Hello. Let's go to our index file. Okay, index.html that we created. Hello, React application. And then once we save, Parcel will, and then we'll save it for us. Then we go to localhost 1234, and we see hello React application. And just like that, we have our React application set up. And wasn't that simple? So let's see if we're missing anything else before we move on. Okay, so now with that behind us, there is just a few more things that we need to do, which is we're going to add hot module reloading. So this will allow us to, once we have our application running and we make any changes, we kind of want to see the changes happening and updating on the browser right away, okay, without us having to refresh or anything of that. So let's go back again into a Babel RC file, okay, and we're going to install the presets, which is preset environment and preset React. We already have both of those. Class properties, we've already installed that, and then we are going to install our final plugin, which is the React hot module reloading. Okay. Finally, let's go into our index.js file, which there isn't much there right now, but we will have this file. This is where our React app will live. And now we can run again npm run start. And if we go back to our server, we can see that again, we can see hello React application. Okay, so now that we have most of our projects set up, the next thing that we need to do is that we're going to go into index.js. Remember, it was in our source folder. And let's go into index.js, and we are going to import React. Now, what I'll be doing throughout the course is I'm going to be referencing other production projects so that you guys can see that what we're going to be doing over here is pretty close to a production project. And then that way you can see that, hey, with the skills that I'm learning over here, you should have the confidence to go ahead and apply for a job and know that what you have learned here is up to date and some of the most advanced React concepts that you'll be learning, okay? And so let's get started. So as you can see, we're over here in index.js. So the first things we need to do is two things. We're going to import React, and we're going to import React DOM. So the React library, it's what they like to call, it's just the view. So what does that mean? What does just the view mean? It means that when we are writing React and we're not writing HTML, it needs to take the JavaScript we have written and convert that into an HTML website, okay? And the React DOM and the React site is what helps us do that, okay? So these are the two things that every project at the beginning of all of our React files we need to import, okay? Then let's see here. After that, we are going to very simply create two things. So the first thing, and this is all that is necessary to actually render a React app. So let's separate this into two parts. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do, if you remember, let's go back over here to HTML. So if we look into our HTML file, we created a div over here called root. Okay. So in our index file, we're going to say var root element equals, and then we're going to get a reference to that element. So the way we do it is we're going to say document.getElement by ID, and then what was the ID we gave it? We gave it the ID of root. So that allows us to say, okay, that's the element. So now we're going to say React DOM, okay, React DOM, which we imported up here. Okay, so since we imported it, now we can use it. It has a render property. So we're going to say, hey, render this app that we haven't created yet. We're about to create this component, and that'll be our first React component. But we want to render, once we create it, where do we want to render it? Into this root element. So we're going to say, hey, anything we write here, we want it to go in here, okay? And that's kind of where it's going to live. So if we were to do the following, if we were to do this, okay? And let's go ahead and just remove this for now, okay? We're not going to render anything. We're going to keep things how we had it before, okay? And we go back to our server, which is in localhost. We're going to see hello React application. And where is that hello React application from? It's over here in root, okay? So that's where our app is going to live, okay? Most of our app is going to live right in there, okay? So that's kind of what we're doing. So let's go back to index.js, which is in our source file. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say const. We're going to create a constant, which is very similar to a variable, and we're going to create it and call it app. Okay, now this is a function. So in JavaScript, the way you write functions is const app, okay, equals, and then this is the function sign, the arrow sign. We're not going to pass anything, but usually most components, we can pass a props argument to it. And we will see what props arguments are in a little bit, okay? And then let's just do something very simple. We're going to create, let me just change this to React. So we're going to create, so this is what JSX is. So if you're familiar with HTML, then React is going to become, it's going to look very similar to you, because essentially what we're going to be writing is we're going to be writing HTML. And this is one of the big benefits of React versus using something else like Ruby, where you have to use, you know, some other language, or you have to use the MVC model. So let's do a div over here, and then in that div we're going to say hello from inside React. Okay, so that's it. That's our app. Let's say, you know, very simple application. All it has, it's a div, and let's give that div an h1 tag, and inside that h1 tag we're going to say hello from React app. So there we go. We have created our simple application. This application, all it does is it gives us a title. So what we are going to do is we're going to say, remember, the first thing is we said, where do we want our application, okay, to be embedded? Then we're going to say React DOM, okay, render our app, which is over here, okay, and the way you write a component, so we created a component, the way you actually use it is you call it, and then just like an HTML tag, like a div tag or an h1 tag, okay, and this is a self-closing tag, but this will be the same thing as doing this, okay? So because we don't need anything to be there, we're just gonna do a self-closing tag, and then we're going to say, hey, render that component in our root element. Okay, and then let's go back to our server. Okay, and this is perfect. Let's see our debugging. So if you press Command Option I, it will open up your console. Okay, and this is part of programming. Okay, and this is actually a very important part of programming, which is learning how to debug. Okay, so let's see what it's telling us here. So it says error app. Nothing was returned from render. This usually means a return statement is missing, or to render nothing, return it all. So what did we do wrong here? So great, we created our app, but we missed something. Remember, every JavaScript application must have a return statement. So all we have to do over here is say return, open, close, and then we are going to move this over here. So now let's go back to our server. And what do we have here? Hello from inside React. So where is this being? Okay, so now we don't have this anymore. Okay, we're saying to our React application, hey, hello from inside React app. We created a div with an h1 in it, and then we're saying, hey, render that application inside our root element, and our root element is over here. Okay, so now our root element, instead of saying hello React application, what does it say? Hello from inside React. So what we are actually rendering, and like you can see, it's very similar to HTML. It's called JSX, but because we're using the React DOM, this is what allows us to write HTML looking syntax in a JavaScript application. Okay, so again, if you know HTML, this will be very familiar to you. And now we are rendering, and congratulations, you have actually set up the project and created your first React application. That is a huge feat, and we have done that in probably less than 10 minutes. So that's really what it takes, okay, to get started and create your first React application. So from now on, we're going to be creating our blog application. So I hope you're excited. I hope you can see that you can do this. This is an amazing skill, and this has been awesome so far. So let's keep on going. Okay, so you have learned how to create a React app and how to actually get a server going to render your React app. Now, the next thing we want to do is let's go over some of the main React concepts that we'll be using throughout the course. And then we will be using these concepts over and over again. So it's important that we go through the basics, so then we can get into some of the more advanced and start creating our blog application. So first things first. Let's say we want to say, let's change what we wrote in here. Instead of saying hello from React app, let's go ahead and say hello. And then we're going to say hello, Daniel. Okay. So again, we see that over here, that gets rendered out. So pretty awesome. But let's say we want this name over here to be dynamic. Okay. So the way we do that, it's simple. So React components, okay, and as we learned, this is a React component. React components take arguments, and we see that one of the main arguments they take is the argument of props. So props is properties passed in. So one of the ways we do that, and one of the benefits of that, is we can pass from parent to child, or from component to component. It's another way to put it. Anything that is dynamic, and we will see why this becomes important later as we're working with APIs. But for now, let's go ahead and do something simple so you can see the power of this. So we're going to say within our app component, when it renders, we're going to pass a prop called name. Okay, and we are actually going to say the name is, let's say it's Joe. Let's just go with that. And then we're going to say, okay, hello. Then we're going to say open and close parentheses, okay, open, close brackets. That's the way you interpolate. So interpolation, it's a way of saying, since it's not a string, what we actually want to do is we want to evaluate we want to run this code inside React and interpolate it as a string, okay? So we're going to say props dot, and then what was the argument we passed? We passed the argument name. So we know inside of props, we have this argument called name. And then let's see what we get. So now we see that we get hello, Joe. Okay, so this is a dynamic variable, okay, that we can pass in here. And we can pass in here, hello, Amy. And we see hello, Amy. So that's one of the ways that you can pass arguments or any information or data from React component to React component. Okay, we pass it through props, and this again, this becomes very important once you are organizing your projects. You will see how this is the way that we're actually going to be able to create complex applications, and that in a way that they're dynamic and they can grow and scale without, without getting too complex, okay, and manageable. So let's take this out because we're not using that at the moment. And then let's go back to hello world. Let's just say that hello world. Actually, I like better hello universe. Okay, how about let's dream big here. So one of the another benefit of React that I want to show you now is the concept of reusable components. So let's go into our components file, which right now we don't have anything. Okay, very, very sad. So let's create a new file. Let's create this file and call it app.jsx. Okay, so we have this file called app.jsx, and what's the first thing we should do? Okay, let's see if anyone remembers. First thing we need to do is import React. Okay, simple. Import React, and then we're going to say import React from where? From React. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory, and there we go. Then we're going to say function app. So this is the convention in React. What you will see over and over again, there's many ways to do this, but what you will see is that the components are written with capital letter first, then that component, that function that where we're going to be writing our application code is also written with a capital letter, okay? And then what we're going to do, we're going to just set up the file before we start doing anything. We're going to say export default, and then we're going to say export default app. Great. And then we're going to come back over here, okay? And then we're going to go into the app. We're going to move this code over to app, and then we're going to delete it from here. Also in app, of course, we can pass props. And let's go back into index now. And in index, what we're going to do is we're going to say import app from, and then we gotta say components, and then which component do we want to import? The app component. Okay, so now that we have app over here imported, we can again use it over here. Otherwise, let's just see what happens if we don't do that. If we don't do that, and we come back over here, we're going to see again just what was written in our index. Okay, hello React application. But we see that our app, okay, in our index.js, our app, and it didn't give us an error. Usually we will get an error, okay, because we are rendering something that doesn't exist. Okay, we haven't imported it anywhere. So as soon as we import it, okay, let's see what happens. And then we get back again, hello universe. So now we have, it's called refactoring. We have refactored our component that was over here into a component called app, and we will see why in a minute. This is a great way to do it. For organizational purposes, we want to keep all our components in one place and our index in another, just so that we are organized. Okay, and again, there are people that have all sorts of methods, and there are tutorials for how to organize your React app. Remember, we're trying to create something that's, we're trying to create the skill that allows us to create applications quickly. I know exactly what's happening inside and out of a React application. Later on, we can all get into how to organize it, how to do this, how to do that. The most important things is, how do you create a React application? What are the React things that are important? How do you deploy it? So how do you host it? How do you work with APIs and databases? And that is what we're going to be learning here in this class. Another thing I want to draw your attention to is that in our app.jsx file, we did not import, as we did in our index file, the React DOM. Why not? Well, because the React DOM, we only need to use it once to render out our application. And our whole application is going to be rendered out through this one file. And we will see how that happens. But that's kind of what all we needed to do over here was import React. And then that allowed us to, we didn't need to import React DOM. Okay, so I just wanted to draw your attention to that, because some of you might be wondering, hey, we imported React DOM over there. Why not here? All we need over here is React, because we will be rendering our app over here through the React DOM. Okay, so that was why. Okay, so let's think about this for a minute. If we're creating a blog application, what should be the first thing we create? And again, it's up to us, but why don't we create a new component, okay? And let's call it posts, and this is going to be in plural, .jsx, okay? Again, we're going to import React from React, okay? Then we're going to say function post, okay, props, okay, return. This should start to become familiar to everybody, and then export default post. Okay, perfect. So that's our, kind of general setup for everything. So now we're gonna create, and this is usually my way. So I usually create a container div. So we're gonna say div class name. So in React, unlike HTML, which you just write the class if you want to style something, over here we're going to be using, React actually uses the keyword class name. So we're going to say this is the post container. And even if we're not going to use it now for CSS purposes, maybe later we do, but either way, it's nice to have a container around it. So one of the things I want to show you now is, now that we know how to import components and all this, the next thing we need to do is let's import our post, and let's start doing a few things. So let's go over here into our design library, and let's go into, what do we want? Let's create a page header. Okay, a page header, perfect for our post. Let's create something simple. And this is the great thing about ant.design. They have created an amazing documentation. I absolutely love their site. I use it all the time. I encourage you all to get familiar with it. But again, if you like Bootstrap or other ones, that's fine too. Just use whatever you like best. But we're going to be using Ant for this one. So again, Ant kind of tells you what you need to do. So, they tell you, hey, import the page header if you want to use it. And then all you need to do is, we're going to copy this code. Okay. And then we're going to say page header. Okay. So we've imported it, and now we're using it. Okay. That's kind of the pattern. You import something, and then you get to use it. So we're going to style it. So they give us their styling, and you can change this, to do whatever you want. So it's, again, if you know CSS, and this is not really a CSS class, but you can style it however you want. So we're going to create the onBack function. We're going to delete that. We won't need that for now. Let's call this, instead of title, we're going to say this is going to be the post, and then a subtitle. For now, let's just let's not have the subtitle. But if you go to Ant, and then you go all the way down here, they tell you all the options. So as you can see, we could have had a title, a subtitle, a ghost, and they tell you, kind of what you need to do if it's a Boolean, whether it's true or false, an avatar, a back icon, tags, extra. So it tells you all the things that the component can have. And as you remember, to components, we can pass properties, and that's what these are. These are properties that we pass to these components. Okay, so now that we have created the post component, and inside the post component we have this page header, so a very simple component as of this moment. What do we have to do next? Okay, what we have to do next is we have to go back to app, and inside of app we're going to go import, and then what are we going to import? Okay, so we exported the post, so what do we import here? Post. Okay, where are we going to import it from? We're going to import it from, and then we're going to go post. Okay, perfect. And then now that we've imported, what's next? Well, the next thing is we are going to say, instead of hello universe, we are going to replace that with our posts, and then let's see what we get in our server. So Parcel, depending on your connection, it'll take a few seconds usually, so it's pretty quick. So let's just wait till Parcel is done. Okay, great. So we can see that we have now our header. Now, one of the things I like to do at this point is let's do some simple styling. And this is really, again, like I said, not really a CSS class. So most of the CSS will be provided for you. And I don't think anybody wants to see me styling something, nor am I the greatest styler. So let's just go ahead and let's do this. Let's do HTML body, and we are going to let's give it a width of 100%, height of 100%. Let's do also a padding of 20 pixels. Let's see how that works out for us. Okay. We're gonna refresh our server, and that looks pretty good to me. So now that we have our post component over here, we've imported it. We're using it. Let's also give this this div app container. Okay, and now we've created a post. Okay, and we created a header. Now another thing that's a good idea is let's create a div, and then let's put this page header inside that div. And again, this, we might never use these divs, but it's also good. It's always good to have page header container. It's always good to have these divs because later on you might want a handler for your styling, and this is what actually allows you to do that stuff. So I always put my things into div, and it's a good way to keep things organized. Okay, so next thing we want to do is let's create a different div, and then we're going to say class name. Now what are we going to put here? In here, what we're going to put is we're going to say post. Let's see, we already have post container up here. So what are these going to be? Let's think about this. If you're in a blog and these are going to be, let's call these the articles container. Okay, articles container. Okay, and well, you know, one of the big issues, or one of the big things in programming is naming and finding good names to put on things. So again, choose whatever is easier for you. But sometimes you'll see me go back and forth between names. It's yeah, it's silly, but it's important later on when you're looking back in your code and you're like, you know, what the hell did I write? Who wrote this? And guess what? It was you. So here we go. So now that we have our articles container, let's do one. Okay. So we have the articles container. Let's create another div. Okay. And then we're gonna call this div article. So this is a singular article container. Perfect. Okay, great. So let's go back to ant.design. And if we look over here in components, we can see that they have data display. And that's kind of what we want to like look for right now. We can go through each of these, but I think what we're looking for right now, it's a card. Okay, and let's find something. So over here, they show you all the type of examples. Again, I love this website. And it shows you different types of cards, how to style them, what they can look like. You know, so there's cards that you can put pictures on, a little title with a little, you know, subtitle or a link, different ways to style the cards, different ways to have cards loading. So before the information loads, this is what it can look like. And then this is what it can look like after the information loads. Let's look for something similar to this. So this could be the, if we're making a blog, this could be the blog title, right? And then this could be maybe a snippet of what's inside of the blog article. Okay, so let's go ahead. And again, they are so awesome that they even give you the code, so you don't have to think too much, which again, it's always nice. So let's go to post. Okay, we're gonna say, hey, we want to use card from the Ant design library, and then we are going to use, let's see here, they will give us this. This is kind of what we want over here. Okay, and then let's see how that works out for us. So we're gonna come over here. Let me just organize this, and let's see if that works. So there you go. That's so now we have page title, and here we can see that we can have our post. And I think our blog is kind of a little wide, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say let's do the width to, let's do, you know, 970 pixels, and then let's do this. Let's do, instead of padding, why don't we do margin 0 pixels auto. Okay, let's see what that does for us. Let's see if it makes it. It's just I think it's a little bit too wide. That did not work for us. That is not what we wanted. Okay, so the HTML on the body. So here's one thing we can do. So let's leave that at 100. And again, such a big part of programming is learning how to debug. So that's part of why I want you guys to also see me doing this. It's not that, we will never make errors. Is the fact that in programming, learning how to fix the errors, learning what to do when something's not working the way you want, that's a huge part of programming. So getting used to that, that's part of the whole process. So what we're going to say here is the app container. Remember, everything is included within the app container. So what we're going to say is, okay, we want that app container to be a width of 970 pixels. And then what we're going to do is we're going to center it. Margin 0 pixels auto. That will get it to center. And there you go. See, that's more along the lines of what we wanted. Perfect. So let's also do a margin top, kind of so it's not snug against, kind of the edge of the screen. We want to do like 20 pixels. Okay. And again, this is, it's kind of like whatever you like. When you're making your websites, you are free. So because we have the margin, we have to put the margin top at the bottom of this other margin that we made. So that should give us the margin top that we're looking for. And now we have our article, kind of a link here that we'll be using a little bit later. Then we have the blog title and then some content. So let's go over here and let's look for lorem ipsum. So if you don't know what lorem ipsum is, pretty much it's gibberish that programmers use to generate, to mock out content. So before you have any real content that on your site, this is called lorem ipsum, and it's essentially just that. It's just gibberish, okay? So we are going to generate 2 paragraphs, let's say, as the snippet, and we're going to generate some lorem ipsum, okay? Okay, and then this gives us exactly that. This gives us just literally gibberish that we can put, and we are going to go to post, and we're going to paste our gibberish. Fantastic. Okay, now this is a little... Let's wrap it, because otherwise, in between some p tags, okay, so these are paragraph tags. Let's wrap this between p tags, and yeah, that will make it so that later on we can, so that it's styled a little bit better. Okay, so there you go. Over here, we are going to say card. Let's see here. We're gonna change the title to inner card title instead of this. We're gonna say article title. Later on, we will make this dynamic. For now, we just want to make the we just want to mock it up. And what we are going to do is we're now going to refactor this out into its own component. Okay, so each article, each post, essentially, we want to create a new component. Okay, and then we're going to say new file. We're going to call it post. Instead of posts, this is just a singular post, .jsx. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to say import React from React. Okay, great. Then we're going to say const. What are we going to call this? Post equals props. Okay, open, close, return. And then we're going to export default post. So let's see. Now, why did we do this? Okay, what we want to do now is we're going to show you how to create. Remember, we learned this before. This is how to create reusable components. So one of the benefits of React is instead of having to duplicate all this, all the time and having all these big view files, we can componentize everything, and then that allows us to create reusable components and keep our views nice and clean and organized. Okay, which again, in a small project, it might not matter as much, but as projects grow and grow, you want to make sure that your projects are organized. As you start working with teams, you want to make sure things are organized, because that's the only way that because otherwise, I mean, a year later, once you look back at your code, you're not going to understand it. And remember, the most important person in your programming, it's future you. Okay, so future you comes back and looks like this code a year from now, and it's like, I have no clue where anything is. So it's important to keep our code organized. So now we are going to move post, and we are going to, again, let's see the things that we're going to use. So we have to import. We're going to import. We won't need the page header here. Okay. Let's, again, create our div. This is going to be called what? What is this going to be called? Okay. We're going to call this post container. Okay. Perfect. And I think we call it articles container. So article container. I think this will be the article container. Yeah. Let's call that the article container, because the post container we'll be using later for the full post. So now what we want to do is we're going to want to get all this out of here. Okay. And we are going to paste it here. Okay. Again, article container. So now we have no post over here. So our post is gone. So now what do we have to do? Okay. Same thing. We're going to go import post from where? From post. Not from app, from post. Okay, great. So now let's see if we can get it back to how we had it. Post. Okay, let's see if we made a mistake here. So page header is not defined. Are we using page header anywhere here? Does not seem so. Are we using page? Okay, yeah, no. Page header. Okay, that was. And now we have our app back to how it was. So now we have taken post out of here. Okay, created a new component called post, which is essentially the same code we had over there. But we will see in a little bit the benefits of having things componentized in this way. Okay, so now let's just see what happens if we do like 3, 4, 5 posts. Okay, there you go. So instead of us having to copy all this code over and over again, we just come over here and we just repeat this component. And look how nice our app looks. Okay, it's not overly massive. We have this component called post that we can reuse, and I will show you in a second how we can create dynamic content that goes into this component, and it doesn't all have to look the same. All right, so now that we have our posts, let's try to work with something different. Okay, let's start by creating a mock API, and I've gone ahead and created one. Okay, and you will find this in your class notes. So this is a file down here called mock API, and all of this is a JSON with a variable, and all it has is it's an array of objects with a title and content. Okay, same thing we had before. Okay, and then we exported it. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into posts. Yeah, let's go into posts, and within posts we're gonna say import API from, and then we're gonna say mock API. Okay, great. So what do we want to do here? So one of the things we definitely do not want to do is we don't want to be doing this copy paste thing. Plus, it's pretty static. Okay. One of the things we want to be able to do is we want to be able to pass down information from one component to the next. This is what makes React so powerful. Okay. So in our mock API, remember, let's take a look at how it looks. It says there's a title and then there's a content. Okay. Great. Title and content. So that's what we want to remember, okay? And it's an array of objects. So let's go ahead and also import into here, import underscore from Lodash. So Lodash, again, is another one of those libraries that you want to get familiar with. It has a lot of utility functions that we're going to be using to parse through our data. So parsing through our data pretty much means to view our data, analyze our data, go through our data. There's all these things that we're going to be able to need to do in order to organize our data into the form that we want to display for our users. Okay, so Lodash, one of my favorite libraries. There's a few other ones that are like it. So pick your favorite. I think Lodash is great. It's pretty easy. So that's the one we are going to be using. And one of the first functions that we are going to use from Lodash is the map function. So the map function, we will see it. I think it'll be easier to show you than to explain. So remember, we've imported the API and we've imported Lodash. That's all we've done so far. And our site should still look the same. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove all these posts. So now we're back to one post. So let's leave that one post there, and then let's see what we can do with Lodash. So we're gonna go _dot_map. So this is a function on the Lodash object. So on the Lodash object, there's this function called map, and what we're gonna pass to map is our API. So we're gonna pass an object to it. Remember, our API looks like an array, okay, of objects. So what we're gonna do in map is gonna say we're gonna pass the whole array, and then what map is gonna do is going to tell us, okay, we're gonna go over each and every single one. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and as many as there are in the collection. Okay, so we're gonna put a collection here. So we're gonna say, hey, I want to go over a collection one item at a time, and then you can give one of those items a name. So let's just call this article. Okay, now that we have given it a name, so now we know as we're mapping through it, each of these things that we're going to be mapping, it's an article. Okay, so again, we're going to go ahead and return. And what are we going to return? What do you think we're going to return? Well, let's first and foremost, let's return just the post. And back just like that, we have again as many posts as we had before. So we can delete this post over here, and we can see that working with an API, and again, this is just a mock API, but in a little bit we're going to be working with a real one. So I just wanted to give you a feel for how it is. We got a collection. Okay, now that collection, we say, hey, we're going to map over that collection. Now remember, whenever you want to interpolate, which is evaluate JavaScript, and you're using JSX, you first have to do open and close parentheses. Then you can write JavaScript inside of that. Okay, so we're going to say _map. We're going to pass our collection, which came from our API, which we imported up here. Okay, now that we have access to that, we're going to say, hey, now we have each article, and we haven't used it yet. I know that, but for each of those articles, we want to render a post. Okay, perfect. Now let's do a few more things. So remember, an article is going to be each of these objects. That's what article is, and we can prove it. So let's open close parentheses and then just say console log article. Okay, so now if we go back over here to our blog post, we're going to see that in our console. And again, you can open the console with Command Option I, Command Option I, Command Option I. Okay, and if you go to View, you can also go to Developer and then JavaScript Console. Okay, or Developer Tools. Go to Developer Tools and then go to your console. So in Developer Tools, there's a few things. Okay, we're using right now the console. So for each of those, we can see that although we haven't used it, for each of these articles right here, as we map through it, okay, we map through the whole collection. So we can see that in the map function, we do actually have access to each individual one. Okay, so that's what they are. Perfect. So let's remind ourselves. We have content and we have title. Okay, so let's go over here, and then we're gonna say, remember, we can pass properties to each of the components. So we're gonna say title, and what's title gonna be? Well, title is gonna be article.title. Perfect. And then what else are we gonna pass? Well, we're gonna pass content, and then content's gonna be article.content. Perfect. So let's put this over to the side, and then let's go back to post. So now in props, let's see if we can actually just change the article. So over here, the article let's change our first article name so we can see the difference. So this is the first article, okay? First article, and then what we'll do is we will just change the title so we know we're actually dealing with different ones. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we got first, then we got second, then we got third, fourth, and fifth. I don't know if that's spelled right. I think it is. Let's look at fifth. Is that how you spell fifth? Fifth. Missing an F. Okay. My English teacher will be very mad at me for that. All right. So here we go. So we have the articles, and for the most part, in our mock API, they're kind of the same, but the titles are different. So we should be able to see the difference. Okay. So remember, in our post, we map through our API. Okay. Then that gives us an individual article at a time, and then what we want to return, okay, it's a post for each of that. Okay. And for each post, we're passing two properties. The properties are title and content. And remember, we get that from each individual object. Article. So article.title has the title, and the content is an article.content. So let's go to post, and instead of having this static title, let's go ahead and create props dot, remember, title. So over here, we can access that title that we passed into here through that property. So props.title, and we have first article, second article, third article, fourth article, fifth article. Okay, so that's how we can pass dynamic content. And over here, instead of having these static piece, what we're going to do is we're going to say P, we're going to create a P tag, and inside that P tag, we are going to put props.content. Okay, and that will give us our content. Now our content is a little bit smudged together. We will fix that later, but instead of having before we had two paragraphs, now it's kind of just bunched up. That's something we will fix later. When in string interpolation, it's really hard to do that, just the way our API is set up now. So that all has to do with how we set up our API. But it's, again, not a big deal. The most important thing that we want to see here is that we are actually rendering each of the articles, okay, and as well as the content, all dynamically. Okay, so and then let's give this also a class name, and let's call it article content, and that's perfect. So now we have componentized our post. Okay, we have a post component that actually renders out all our posts. We can also, just so you know, we can, using some of those cool new JavaScript features, we can do this, and then it's an implicit return, meaning we don't have to write as much code. And yeah, we've used an API. Okay, and an API, it's simply that. Okay, it could be this simple. It's just a way of organizing information that is consumable for the user. And the user could be a programmer, or it could be any number of another application. It could be many things, but that's usually what we're talking about when we're talking about an API. So now we've learned how to create mock APIs. We have our application, which is just really rendering the post component. But the post component now is made up of these two components, which is a page header and a post. Okay, and we just imported the post once, but we used it 5 times. Okay, and the way we did that, and not just did we use it, we also passed properties. Okay, and if we go to post, now we're using those properties dynamically in 2 sections of our card over here, props.title and props.content. And that's actually what has given us our blog. And our blog, in a short amount of time, is actually looking really great. So the next thing we're going to do is actually go into an individual article, and also about routing. So how do we go from one article to the next? How do we view different routes? How do we create routes? And that's what's coming up next. Before we get into routing and actually creating our posts, let's refactor a little bit. And it's always good to refactor as you're going. You will find new things that you're like, oh, I wanted to do this differently. And again, it's all about code reuse and code organization. So instead of calling this post, let's call this post snippet, because that's really more accurate to what it is. So we have to change it here We have to change it here. We have to change it here. Okay. And then we have to go to post. And then what we want to import is not post, but post snippet. And also here. Okay. And then that should be good to go. We'll check right now. And let's see. Okay. Now here's an error. This is a great thing about the console. It says each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So where is this? We're getting this from post. So if we go to post, and as we're mapping, so one of the ways React optimizes for re-rendering and their internals is that they know where everything in the DOM is, so that they're able to replace. And there's great tutorials on this about immutable data structures. We won't get into that, but React under the hood pretty much is using an immutable data structure. And part of the way we help React do that so our applications go faster is we give, whenever we're mapping over something, whenever there is a repetition of something, we have we give it a key, and the key could be anything we want. One of the easiest ways I find of giving things key, and it's just the prop. So I go ahead and I do that. So in the map function, it just so happens that besides giving us the article, okay, mapping through each article, it also gives us an index to know where we are. And an index in JavaScript, for those of you who don't know, starts at 0 and it continues on. So if we have a collection of 5 items, our index will start at 0 and it'll end at 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 equals 5. So that's kind of how that works. So we're saying, hey, for each post as the key, it doesn't really mean anything other than for the React internals. Just use the index. The index is fine, and then that way React knows that, hey, this is an individual. Which of them are the individual ones, and it can recognize them and make optimizations for our code. So that's a good thing. And once we do that, we can see that we have no more errors. Okay, so that's kind of what we want. So the next thing, okay, let's talk about routing, and let's talk about actually going into a post. So the first thing I think would be good to do is let's create another component. Okay, so that's usually the best way to go about this, and then go from there. So we're going to go into, let's go into app. Okay, and let's import post from post. Now, of course, we don't have this created yet, so we're going to go into components, new file, post.jsx, and then we're going to say import React from React. Okay, then we're going to say const post, and you should all be pretty familiar with this pattern by now. Okay, and then we're going to say export default post. Okay, then what we're going to do here, so we're going to say return and div class name, and then this is the post container. And now if we go to post snippet, I think article container, let's just change this to post snippet container. That's better. And yeah, so post snippet container, and let's just say hi. Okay. So once you get some of these errors in your terminal, just try to restart the server. So one of the ways to do this, Control-C will exit out of the current server, and then just run npm run start again. This usually happens when we create a new component that it's not in kind of in the bundle. So it's like, oh hey, I don't know about this file. So it gives you an error that file doesn't exist. It just hasn't recognized it yet, and so just restart your server and then start it back up, and it'll recognize it. So here we go. If we go up to app, now the thing is, we just, instead of post, let's go to post, and we should see, instead of everything we had before, what are we going to see now? Let's see. We're just going to say hi. We're just going to see hi. Okay, so and the main reason is because in post, that's all we got. Okay, so let's actually copy over some of the stuff that we want to use again, because I think some of it we can reuse. So over here, we're going to use the page shadow. Now, what do you think is going to happen if I just copy and paste that code from one to the next? We're going to get an error. Okay, now why do you think we're getting that error? It says page header. And that's why this is so important for debugging. Okay, so whenever you have an error, go to your console and then see what it says there. Okay, so it says uncut reference error, page header is not defined. So what's happening is we're trying to use a component that we haven't imported yet. Okay, so if you remember what we did here in posts, we went and imported page header. So we have to do that again. So once we import it, we can use it, and there it is. So let's do something. Let's, instead of the title being post, let's call this title. Well, let's just leave it as post for now, and then we're gonna use something with the API. Okay. So let's just leave it for title for now. Okay, so now that we have that, now what's the next thing? So next thing, again, very similar to what we did over here with post snippet. Okay, so let's get a card. Okay, that worked well for us. And then let's do post. This will actually be the post content container. And let's see if we have, yep. So this will be the post content container. We're gonna have a card. Inner. Let's do the title of this card. Actually, let's go back to card, because this will be a little bit different, right? We don't need the header and the content. What we really need is a very simple card this time. Let's see, something like this, or maybe even like this, because all we actually want to show is the content of our post. Okay, so let's do that, and let's replace that with that. So again, we are going to get an error unless we import card. Let's import that, and now we have that. So let's take the style out, okay, because that we don't want it to be 300. We want it to be full width. And another way, by the way, if you're in React, so there are two ways that you can style components. One is the way we've been doing it, and the most common way is creating class names, then go into index, and over here you can import it. And that's pretty much the regular HTML CSS way. But in React, you can also, each component or anything, any tag, just like in HTML, all you got to do is put in the style, and then you can write inline styles. So let's do a margin top. So the way you do it, so in CSS, you usually do a margin top. But in React, since we're writing JavaScript, we're going to do it's camel case. Okay, so it's margin. Okay, and then top, camel case. So again, that's kind of the convention, margin top, and then we're gonna say 20 pixels. And again, just, you know, that gives us our content. So let's go ahead and create some more gibberish, or in other words, lorem ipsum. Okay, and we're gonna generate lorem ipsum. Great. So let's put this over here, and let's just paste that, and there we go. Okay, so now that we have our post, the next thing we want to do is we want to see if we can get this looking nicer. You know, although we have this block of gibberish, it will be nice if we can style it so that it's you know, it's like a paragraph for paragraph. And as you can tell in our content over here, this is kind of what we want. We want this this same structure, but we need to find a way to get this block, okay, of code to look kind of separated into p tags, okay, because p tags is the way that HTML organizes our content so that it's at block level. Okay, so just like a paragraph. Okay, that's kind of what we want. We want these things to be paragraphs, and right now they're just a big block of, like, you know, it's just an intimidating block, and we don't want our users to view it this way. Okay, so let's see how we can achieve that. So the first thing we want to do is let's move this out of here. Okay, and we're going to come up here, and then we're going to create a variable. Let's call it content, and we're just going to paste it up here. Okay, so great. So we haven't done much now. So what, you know, one of the things I like to teach while I'm programming, and you know, most I don't know, most tutorials that you see out there, sometimes they don't like to see you or show you how the debugging process works. honestly, the debugging process is one of the most important parts of programming. Learning how to solve problems as you're programming is going to become one of the most important skills that you will have as a programmer. Whenever, as you get into a career, you will find that to solve big problems or something, someone has usually solved them in the past. And again, because programming has such a great community around it, you will usually be able to find someone who has done it or can guide you in the right direction. Okay, so let's go over here and I'm going to show you something. So we found something that might work for us, but let's see what I searched for. So I went to Google and I went JavaScript, how to dynamically add p tags for line breaks. Okay, and like I said, that's kind of what we want, right? We want in between each of these line breaks, okay, to be a p tag, because then that way HTML knows what to do with it and make it look nice. Now over here, we found someone who was having a similar issue. Okay, so let's see if they were able to help. They were able to solve their issue, and it sounds like they were. Someone in the forum went over here and said, "Hey, you know what? This worked for me. Try it out. It might work for you." So let's try it out. Okay, so we want to save it. Let's remove that semicolon over there, otherwise it's gonna give us an error. And instead of text, what do we call ours? We call it content. So let's put content split. Okay, so what's going on over here? Let's go through this code and analyze it. So content, then we're gonna split it on the new line. So the split function is a function that JavaScript has for strings that all it does is, hey, for each new of these lines, I wanted to split it and create a collection. So now we're gonna have an array, and an array is just, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're gonna have that structure, that data structure, but instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, they're each gonna have, a whole line. Okay, and then we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines in that array. Okay, so that's what the split on new line over here, that's what it's doing. And this is a regular expression for a new line. Again, regular expression is of course all unto itself. We won't get into it here, but just so you know what's going on there. Then we're using a function that we're familiar with already, the map function. So remember, since we have that collection, what we want to do is we want to go over the collection, okay, item by item. So we're going to say, hey, for each of those new lines that you created, map over them. And map over them is just saying go over each of them, okay? And over each of them, and then instead of calling this item, let's create a more descriptive term. Let's call it paragraph. Fantastic. Let's give this an IDX. That's, remember, the map function gives us the individual item plus an index to keep track of where we are. Let's and the index, we can use it for the key, and then over here we will say paragraph. And let's see how our application looks now. And there you go. Just like that, we have an application that now looks much nicer. Okay, when our readers read this, it's split up into sections that can be read and not just a big block of gibberish. I mean, we still have gibberish, but it's much nicer looking gibberish, and that's pretty cool. Okay, so we have that. Now we've learned a lot. Okay, so now we have our post, now we have our content, and everything is looking nice. So what's next? Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to be able to go from, how do we go from the posts that we had before into the individual posts? Okay, and that gets into the concept of routing. So routing, routing is just HTML links. So how do we go from one view to another view? And specifically, how do we do it in React? So for that, we're going to use a new library called Reach Router. So Reach Router is a great library. There are other ones called React Router. This is a great team. I think some of them actually came from the React Router team, and they created this great library. Now, one of the reasons why I'm showing you this library, and one of the things you want to look when you are actually looking into libraries, is that it has good documentation. This has been tested in production, so it's not something new, and it's something that we can use. And again, it's a library I love, I've used, and I think you'll love it too, and it'll make it really simple to do what we need. So let's go back to our code, and I want to show you something, okay? So I've gone into one of my previous projects, and this is one of the nice things also, as you start programming more projects, that you will have this kind of a file that you can rely on for reference. And with that file of reference, I want to show you kind of what we're leading to. So we have the router here, okay? And then with our router, that's what's going to allow us to create all these different navigation, so we can go from one place to another, and create those links, okay? And over here, very simple. All we're going to do is we're going to import router from reach router. And again, if you ever have any questions, go to the documentation. It's pretty self-explanatory. So whatever questions are not answered here, or you need to review some of it, the documentation for all these libraries, just like Lodash, as you can tell, great documentation, just like ant.design, great documentation, and reach router, it's no exception. So again, read the documentation, get familiar with it. It's one of the ways that it'll speed up your programming as well. So let's get into it. Let's get into routing, and let's see kind of what we have to do. So we've gone over here. So let's go to app, and in app, we're going to go import router from where? From reach router. Okay, great. Actually, let's not put it in app. Should we put it in app? Let's see here. So these are some of the things that you have to, yeah, so let's put it in app. I was just thinking maybe we should put it in the index, but in the app, that's where most of our application is going to live, and then we're going to render it to the index.js. So we want to keep that index.js pretty slim, okay, like it is now. Okay, so if we go to source, remember, index is pretty slim, but our app, that's kind of where the meat and potatoes of our application is at. So let's do something. Let's wrap it around, okay? Let's do the router, okay? And again, this, you can get it off from documentation. I've done this before. So that's kind of what we're leading into. And let's go over here, okay? And then let's leave this open. And the reason I want to do this is because I want to show you that we are creating something very similar to a production app, okay? This is not kind of a play app. This is, the same skills that you will use in your job as a programmer, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to teach you this, because you can actually take this from this course and into a job, and again, if you do get a job, please leave a comment. I love to hear it. That's kind of why I'm teaching this. I love this, and I think it's a great skill to hone. So let's within our router, the first thing we have to do is we have to pick what's the default route, and the default route, all we have to do is add a slash to it. So let's go into app, and let's make instead of the post, let's do the post, and then let's call it default. Okay, that's another way for it. And now if we go back to our application, we are back to all of our posts. But then let's make and let's import another component that we already have over here. And instead of making this the default, the way to create your routes is you have to pass a property. And what's that property? That property is called path, and then you get to call it whatever you want. So we're going to say path, and the path is post. And over here, we can use something like ID. I think that's a good idea. It allows us to know what post we're in, and when we're working with an API, this will come in handy. So we're gonna say post, but instead of being general, it's like which post is it? Because like we see here, we have many posts. So we want each of these posts to have an ID, okay? And we'll be adding all that, okay? But that's the first thing we want to do. So we have the post, then we have the post, and then we have post. This colon, what it does is it allows us to access this later on. We'll see this later on, but essentially this is kind of like a variable, okay? And so this is very dynamic, okay? It's not that the path is going to be post colon ID. It's going to be post, and then this will get replaced in the actual URL with the actual ID, okay? And we'll see that in just a second. So fantastic. So now we've added our routes. So now let's go to post, okay? Because in post, that's where we're actually rendering, and that's our default, okay? That's our default route, but that's where we're also rendering all the other post snippets, okay? So within post snippet, we have, remember, the way we wrote this, okay? We have the page header, and then we have the post snippet. So let's go into the post snippet component. So we are going to, not into post, but let's go into post snippet. Okay, because the post snippet is, remember, the individualized component. So in here, what do we have? We have this extra. And again, if we go to the and design documentation for card, okay, let's go over here and read extra. Content to render in the top right corner of the card. And if we go to our app, that is what we're seeing. Let me just do this. That is what we're seeing over here, right? So that's the extra. Okay, that's what's rendering, and it says more. So instead of saying more, let's go read article. Let's call it that. So now it says read article. Let's say read full article. Okay, read the full article. So now we have a link. So now that we're here, what we do need to do is from reach router, they also have this component called link. Okay, so a link is exactly what it sounds like. It's like an 8 href. So we're going to, and if we look over here, let's go into the reach router documentation, and then let's see what links need. So a link is very similar to a routes. So first we create the router, and then what we do in the router is we have to tell it a path, and that path is later going to be used in the links. Okay, so as you can see over here in app, although these two components show up like they're rendering at the same time, because we have the router wrapper, what the router does is it shows just one component at a time, and that's what creates our views. Okay, and now we're going to see that in action. Okay, so let's go to post snippet, and then let's replace this with a link instead of an href. Okay, and remember we got that from reach router. And then if we go over here, what do the links need? They need a to property. So where do we want the link to go? And then let's go ahead and say, well, we want this link to go to post. And if you remember, we actually give this post an ID. So it's going to match it to whatever the ID that we gave it. So we're going to go ahead and let's do it this way. Okay, post, and then remember interpolation. So one of the things that we can do in JavaScript is the backticks over here. So in properties, you can open and close bracket, and remember, it'll interpolate. So it will evaluate whatever is inside of here. And then in JavaScript, one of the new features, we can create this backticks. Okay, if you go to your number 1 on your keyboard, to the left of it, you should see those backticks. So once you do those backticks, we can write a regular string and then $ open bracket, close bracket, and then whatever is in there, it will also get interpolated. So what do we want to do there? We want to have, because every article is going to have a unique ID, that's what we want to put there. Because if you remember in our app, okay, what we want to do is post, and then we have to include the ID also. Okay, so if we go over to post, okay, and we're mapping over that, now to each of the posts, we have let's go to the post snippet actually, or the actual post. So the post, this is where all our posts are. Okay, and one of the things we want to pass besides the title and the content is the ID. So we're going to say ID, and for now we're just going to use the same index as key. Okay, key is not something we can use. That's something that React uses internally. So we will have to create a new prop called ID, and now we can access it in post snippet. So in post snippet, now how can we access this? We're going to go props.idx. Okay, the ID. ID is what we named it, right? So ID, and then that should give us our link. So let's try that out. Let's see what happens. Post, and then there you go. That takes us to our post. And that's it. That's all it takes, right? So now we're in our main application. Okay, we have created a link, and we have created our first route. So now when we go over here, we can see that it's post. So how do we know we're actually in the right article and we're not just taken to the same page? Well, let's do something. When we actually pass the post snippet and we are in the post, so remember the post snippet and the post, because of that ID, okay, let's go to our mock API, and then let's do something as well. So let's give the mock API, let's add a new property, and then let's call it ID, and then we're gonna make this one 0. okay? And then the next one is going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. So now that we're there, let's go into our post snippet. And now we're saying, hey, post ID, read through article. But now we're in post, okay? So now that we're in post, we're like, okay, we have this ID that we can access, and let's see how we can access it. Okay, so we're gonna come up here and we're gonna say console log props. So let's see once we're in post, what are the props that we have access to? And one of the props you can immediately see, it's ID 1. Okay, so we have access to ID 1. Perfect. So okay, that's all good. So here's another way, especially when you're working with APIs and you're not just sending information from one component to the next. This is another way to access information. So now that we have an ID and we have the mock API, let's actually, okay, let's import API from, what do we want to import it with? From mock API. Perfect. So, and one of the things I want to introduce you to now is the React state management section. So state management. What is state management? We can send information from one component to the next. But another thing that's great about React is that each component can handle its own state. Okay, and that's fantastic. So let me show you what that means. And pretty much its own state means that it can handle its own information, its own updating of information, and it can handle its own fetching of information. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. And instead of having this big block over here, okay, let's see how we can access that from the API. So in React, we're gonna need a few other functions. So let's bring in use state and use effect. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we want to say const, and let's do something over here. Let's do const, and what we're going to say is title. Okay, so this will be the post title, and then we're going to say set title. And then all we have to do is we say use state, and for now let's just say it's blank. Okay, and then for title, well, we're gonna say, hey, you know what? Let's have that be dynamic, and what it's gonna say is whatever title is over here, that's what we want to populate with. Okay, and let's see if that works. So right now there's nothing, but we can change that to test. Let's test, and there you go. So that's now being dynamically generated. But the question is, how do we populate this? Okay, how do we populate our title? How do we populate our content? How do we populate all that? And let's make another one, okay, called content. And then we're also going to set content. Okay, and then for content also, let's leave it blank. And then what we want to use is, instead of going through this, we're going to say, hey, split the content, but we're not going to use that static content. So that kind of leaves our post back to 0. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to rebuild this, okay, but using the API and using the state management. Okay, that's our goal for this section. So let's try to do that. So the first thing we want to do is, there is this function in React called use effect. So use effect is a function part of the React lifecycle. So React, before it renders any component, it goes through a lifecycle of functions that it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the last function it does is the render function, which is this one. So let's use the use effect function, which actually gets run before your actual component gets rendered. Okay, and now let's see what we can do with this. Let's go. Now remember, if you remember over here, let's go console.log and let's go props. Okay, so if we go console.log props, remember we have access to the ID, and the ID over here, it's 1. Okay, so we're we're actually in post 1. Okay, so in use effect, and remember this gets run before, okay, our components get rendered. So we're gonna say API, okay, and we're gonna say let post equal, okay, and then we're gonna access our API over here, okay, and we're gonna say API, and which, if you remember our mock API, it's an array. So the way we access array, this will be 0, okay, this will be 1. So if we go array 0, okay, API 0, it actually returns this, okay, just this section. That's the first section. If we go array or API 1, then we'll get back this section, okay, and we'll be able to see that by their title, okay. So just take note of that, okay. So let's go back to post. So now that we are in post, we're going to say API, and we're going to say props.id. So props.id will be a number, okay? So in this case, it's 1, okay? So props.id, and then we're going to say access of the API number 1. So we're going to say access this one, okay? That's what we want access to. And then let's see if that's let's see what we're getting back. Console log. Let's do post, and then let's console log what our post is. Okay, and if we see over here, we have post, okay, and like I said, we put that little label there so we know where we are. So over here, the first part that we see, the first console, is this one here. Okay, so that's the props. Okay, that's what we got in our properties passed down to this component. But then in our post, which is coming from this use effect function, what we have is access to our actual component. Okay, so we have actual, through the API, we access component number 1 in this case, and we're getting that 1 from here. Remember, post ID1, the title, and the content. Perfect. So now that we have that, what should we do? Because still, if we look at our post still is blank. So, well, you know, how can we fill that? So the way to do that is we're going to do 2 things. We're going to say, hey, we have to set the title. Okay, we're going to set the title. And what are we going to set the title to? Okay, we're going to set the title to post. And then what do we have access to in this object? Title. So post.title is what that title is going to be. Okay, and just like that, we see that got populated with the title. Okay, second thing is we're going to say post.content, and then we're going to see that got populated with the content as well. So content, well, not title, set, whoops, got to write things correctly, set content. And because we already had this function that we had created before when we were actually inputting things statically, now we can delete this. And our component, okay, let's look at everything that we've done here. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so now we have created a router, okay, and we have a way to navigate our website. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the console here so we can have a full view of where we are so far of our little blog app. So in our blog app, we have snippets of articles, and you know, one thing we can do to these snippets is actually that same function. How about we do that? How about we go back to post, okay, and instead of or post snippet, I should say, instead of props.content, what do you think we should do here? We should probably do the same thing we did for the post, right? So let's grab this function and then let's repeat it. And another thing that would be a good idea to do, so instead of content, we're actually accessing it through the props.content over here. And then now we see that our posts are also really nice styled. Okay, so everything looks much better now. So one of the things, since we're using this same function twice, one good thing that we should do is we should refactor this at some point so that we're not repeating code, right? So we're using it in post snippet and we're using it in post. Okay, so whenever you see that, that's usually a code smell, or that's usually a sign that you should probably refactor that into its own function. That way you're not reusing it. But for now, it's fine. Small function. I don't think we'll have any issues. but it's just something to keep our minds on. Okay, so we have created a navigation. Okay, this is the default route. So if we go back to our app, we have our default route, which is posts. Okay, and within posts, if we go to over here, okay, we have post snippet, and then post snippet is our card. That's actually what's rendering each individual post. So we're going to post, and within post, we're mapping over each of the API, right? Each of our posts, and then within each of our posts, we have this link, okay? And this link, what it's allowing us to do is we're passing the actual path to the blog post, and we're passing the ID that we're getting from props that got sent down from over here from posts. Okay, so we're passing props down. We're saying read the full article. Now again, all these things that I'm doing now, just for styling reason, you can organize your code however you want. I think this looks nice. So there you go. So we have our link, and then the next thing we're doing is we're using the function that we learned about, so that we can style those posts. Instead of looking like a big block of text, now they are nicely styled. So 2 paragraphs, and then the next thing is we are going to, and as you can see here, we clicked on first article, right? And then we are in first article. And if we go to second article, we are in the second article. So we are actually getting to the correct place. And in posts, our posts are also managing their own state. So we created 2 variables, one called title, one called content. We created a way to set them, okay, set content, and then set title. The initial state, which is what you have here, we put it to blank. So if there's nothing, okay, we wanted to start in a blank state. Then we access the API again. We got our post, okay, based on the ID that we passed in. Then we set the title, post.title. We set the content with the post.content. And one last thing, let's add a blank array. So the reason you add this to use effect is that React will re-render this multiple times. So remember, one of the things React does in order to be efficient is that it works based on what you tell it you want to render. So once we pass a blank array, we will use this later, and you can read it in the React documentation what use effect does. But this is a way for us to update. So if we ever need to update the title or the content, we can pass other information here that will actually allow this to update. And once we're using the API, we will use that. But for now, we have created our navigation of posts, and we can actually go ahead and read each and every post. So yeah, pretty good job. Okay, so now we have our posts. We have we can go into a post, and we have our routes. So what's next? How about we go and tackle creating our, using a database, okay? And for this, we're going to use Firebase. And Firebase, again, another one of these incredible services. It's what I use to start all my projects. There are different sorts of databases, and we won't go into a whole database class about this. But, check out Firebase, create an account. That's what we'll be using for this project. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So I already have a Firebase account. Just go ahead and create one. And then what you want to do once you have that account created, we're going to add a project. Okay. So the name of this project is React Blog, React Intro Blog. Let's call it that. Okay. It's that simple. Then continue. Okay. We are not going to enable Google Analytics for this. It's fine. And then we're going to create our project. Okay, perfect. So now that we have our project, what we want to do is we want to go into database. Okay. And then we want to create our database, Firestore. So the database for Firebase is called Firestore. So let's go ahead and create one. Starting production mode. Let's start in test mode. We'll talk about production mode later. Okay, let's go next. And then let's go. Okay, we can use whichever location you like to use. It doesn't really, it's fine either way. I'll just use this one. Click done. And then what it's going to happen, it's going to go ahead and Firebase is going to create your database for you and everything you need. Okay, but before we get into that, I mean, really, and it's just that simple. That's why I love Firebase, and you guys will see all the benefits in a moment. So let me walk you through what we are going to get into next. So now that we have our post, you know, we're kind of using this mock API, and this mock API is great, but again, it kind of feels like our application is it's a little bit of a play app. Okay, what would we need to do if we actually wanted to write posts ourselves, update the post, delete the post, load the post from an actual API? Okay, so that's kind of what I want to show you right now, and that's going to be the next part of this. Okay, so this is really cool. We're also going to be going over, you know, how to create documents in database, update them, search, all that. Okay, and we're going to be actually working with the real database. So let's go ahead and start that. I'm going to go ahead and remove all this. Okay, and then let's go back. Let's try to clean this up a little bit, and then let's create a new component. Okay, so let's think about it. What is this new component going to be? Let's call it create post .jsx. Okay, yeah, let's call it create post .jsx. Let's go with that. If we need to change it, we'll just do that later. So let's go ahead, import React, like we've done many times now, from React. Okay, then we're going to say const create post. Actually, okay, props, and then export default create post. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead, return. We're going to have here an h1. And then we're going to say create post. Great. Now that we have this, let's go to our app and just import this. Import create post from create post. Okay, and this is usually the way I test new routes. So we're going to change this to create post, and the default route, okay, we're going to change it, and then on our local, on our server, okay, so remember we created a new file, so we're going to go ahead and restart our server. Okay, let's restart this. And let's see what the error we're getting is. Okay, so it's saying that the post must have a path. Let's just give it a path for now. Let's call this post. It's fine. And there we go. We're back to create post. So let's think about what do we want this to look. So before we do that, actually, let me grab something that, okay. And again, this is also a code smell. We'll refactor this later. But actually, let me go ahead and div. Okay, put that there. Let's call this class name, and we'll give this a class name of create post container. Okay. Okay, this is going to be the create post. Okay, so that title doesn't need to be dynamic. And let's see here. Oh, okay, remember, we have to import it if we want to use it. So let's just go up here, and we'll be using this page header. And there you go. Now we have the create post page header. And let's think about what is it that we want for, like, what do we need to create a post? Okay, if we look at our API, okay, let's go to our API. If I can find our API, here we go, mock API. So if we look at our API, what is that we need? We need an ID, a title, and some content. Okay, that's kind of what our API looks like. Okay, so whenever we create a post, at least at the moment, all we have is a title, okay, some content, and an ID. Okay, so let's try to make that happen. So let's create a new div, and then let's give it a class name of post. Let's call this, like I said, naming is such a big thing in programming. Post post inputs container. Okay, so what we want to have here, okay, is the following. We want to say div. We'll make another div, and we say class name. We're going to call this the post input container. Okay, and then we're going to create a div and another div, and then I'll explain this in a minute. Okay, so now we have these two divs. So what we want to do is we want to create a form. Okay, and this form, let's go back to Ant. Let's see if Ant has anything for us. So if we go back to data entry and we put input, and again, React is really awesome when it comes to creating forms. The first thing we do is let's create a basic one that says just title. Okay, so from Ant, we want to import the input container. Okay, and then over here we're going to say let's call this title. So post title, and then what we are going to do over here is we are going to use that input. So if we go over here to Ant, they'll kind of just give us the code. We'll paste it in here, placeholder, basic usage, and then let's give these a class name. So we will say these are post input title, and then we'll give this another class name that we'll use later, post input value. Let's just say post input, actually, because that is the input. So let's see what this looks like. So that's kind of our form. Okay, now again, it's not styled, so let's do a little bit of styling here, so it doesn't look completely horrific. So H2, see how we like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's post inputs container. Let's go to our index over here, index.css, and let's give it a margin top of 20 pixels. See how that looks like. Perfect. So instead of basic post title, and then instead of the placeholder being basic usage, let's go ahead and give it a name of block title, post title, just to give our users an idea of what to put in here. Okay, so now we can write. Perfect. And then what's the other thing we need? The other thing we need is an text area, right? Because that's where our content is going to go. But again, very similar to this. So let's just copy the post inputs container, not the inputs container, but the post input container. Okay, the individual one. Perfect. And then we're going to say post content. And then over here, we are going to grab this. And this right here, okay, so let's, instead of importing, so we've already inputted input. So input apparently is it's an object. So this is called destructuring. So input.text area would actually give us our text area. But one of the ways we can grab it, we can say const, give it a name, text area, and get it from over here. Get it from input. Okay. So now we can use our text area. Okay. And then we are going to put it over here. And let's give it a 6. Maybe a 10. And again, this is completely up to you. You can, do it how you want. Let's post the input container. Let's see over here. Let's go to our, if the input container, okay. Let's do the input. And let's see, let's do a margin bottom. Okay, 20 pixels. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, and that's pretty much it. So once we have this, okay, and then of course one more thing. So what's the last thing we need? We need an actual button. Okay, div. Let's call this class name, and then the class name will be post input button. Okay, great. And then let's go back to Ant, and then of course Ant has a button for us. Let's look for that. Let's see if we can find it. Right here we go. And pretty simple. Let's import it. Okay, so if we want to use it, we have to import it. So now that we've imported it, we're going to put that over here and over here. Okay, and then we go back, and then that's our button. Now, this is completely up to you. But what I will do is I'm actually going to, let's see how this looks. I'm actually going to float it right. Okay, does that do anything? Yeah, I kind of like how that looks better. And again, that's totally up to you. Let's see. We also have sizes. So here we go. If we want, I want to make it a little bit larger. So size, and then we'll give it a large. So let's pass that property into our button, and we're going to say size. We're going to call it large. Okay, and let's change what it says. So instead of primary, we're going to change it to post, create post. Perfect. So there we go. Okay, so now we kind of have our create post form. Pretty simple, straightforward. Okay, but that's all we need. So now the thing is this: how do we actually get it from this into our database? Okay, our database right now is empty. So let's do that. Okay, but first things first. So if you remember, React is state. Okay, so if you remember, React, it's all about dealing with state. So we need a way that when we're ready to save it to the database, we need a way to grab that information. And the way we grab that information, especially for inputs, it's each input has a on change, on click, a certain type of event. Okay, so let's see what that means. And again, this will make more sense when once I show you. So let's go ahead and create a const, and very similar to before, let's create a const called title, and then set title. Okay, and then let's use state. Let's leave that blank, and then let's do the same thing for content. So this is going to look very similar to what we did before. Okay, perfect. So let's start with the title. So input, we have the placeholder, and then let's say on change. So whenever the input changes, whenever we are typing into the input, what we want to do is we want to say on, we're going to create a new function, okay? And this function, what we want to call it is on title change. Okay, we can call it anything we want. Okay, so let's create that function called on title change. Okay, which we are going to get an event. And let me just show you console.log, and then yeah, console.log, and then we're going to say event.target.value. Okay, so let's just do that, and then let's see what happens. So let's open up our console on our server, and you see, as I type, it's showing up over here. So that's kind of what that does. Now, if we didn't have this, let's say we didn't have this, okay? So now whenever we type, you see that there is nothing happening. So there is no event being triggered, and there's no way for us to keep track of the changes. So what this allows us to do is for us to keep track of the changes. So what we want to do now is we want to say, hey, if we wanted to dynamically, instead of having a placeholder, let's say we wanted to dynamically, the value of this input, we wanted to say be the title, okay? And remember the title, we're getting it from here, okay? So title. So let's say that's going to be dynamic. So we have post title, but you see how it doesn't change? Because we're saying, hey, for this input, we want the value to be the actual value that's in here into title. So whatever's in title, that's what the value of this input's going to be, okay? But again, right now, although we do have a function that's tracking our changes, we don't have a function that sets the title. So what do we need to do? So on title change, okay, which will get triggered on every change. So every time we type on this input, this function on title change will get triggered, okay? So now what do we want to do? We want to do set title, and then we want to do event.target.value. And then let's see what that does for us. Okay, so test. So as you can see now, we are actually tracking and updating the state of the title. So whatever is in title, now over here in title is being updated over here. Okay, so that's great. I'm just going to organize this a little bit, and that's the same thing. Okay, so on title change. So what do you think we're going to have to do for content? Pretty much the same thing, right? Okay, so let's create a function called on content change, and then we're gonna set the content. So one of the things I like to do before, I always like to know what's the value being. I always like to console log the event to see what are we getting back, okay? Before I actually go ahead and make any changes. So for our text area, okay, if we go into ant and we go into input, for the text area, ant is actually going to tell us, hey, when this gets updated, it should work the same as a okay, let's see here, value. Okay, so on change. So on change should be the same as the input. So let's do text area, and then we're going to say on change. Okay, and then we're going to do on content change. Okay, so on change, let's see if we're tracking the actual changes, event, and then that should be .target.value. And let's see if that's true. Okay, so there we go. And as you can tell on our console, it's being tracked the same way. Okay, so let's open up the Lorem Ipsum website. So we want to actually paste a good amount of gibberish. Okay, so now that we have our onChange event, we also want to say the value of our text area. What do we want it to be? We want it to be content. Okay, remember, we have content text here. So that's what we're going to set as well over here. So we're going to say set content, and we want to set it to event.target.value. Perfect. So let's generate that Lorem Ipsum. And then let's paste that in there. And then we're going to do, and there we go. So now we've posted it, we've tracked the changes, and we know we've tracked it because it's being console logged out. And for title, same thing. So now we have created, okay, these two functions that, and a form that whenever we change something on this input or in this text area, they get saved to these two variables. And we're going to see why this is important now as we try to save it to the database. So before we try to save it to the database, let's create one more function called const on create post. Let's call it that, on create post. Okay. And what do you think is going to happen on create post? So let's just console out and then let's console out and say create post. Okay, just so we know we're inside of this function. Okay, and where do you think this is gonna go? It's gonna go right here on the button. So the button has a different event that we want to trigger, and it's called onClick. Okay, so when this is clicked, we're gonna say on create post. So when this is clicked, we want this function to get triggered. Okay, and let's see if that's true. So we're gonna just say create post, create post. So as you can see, every time we click this, that gets triggered. Perfect. So let's see something else. Let's console log at this point. Once we're inside of that function, let's console log the title, and then let's also console log the content. Okay, and let's just do test, and then for this, let's write that. Okay, and now we're gonna do create post. Okay, that's what we're gonna click now, and we have, again, if we look at our console log, we have the first thing that's going to be console log is called create post. The next thing is our title, and let's see if that matches. Test, great. And then the next thing that's console log is content, and let's see if that matches. Yes, it does. Okay, so we have all the information now that we need in order to say to the database. Okay, so this is what we're going to be setting up, which is our database. So let's go on and do that. So the first thing I like to do, it's let's go back to our directory, and in the root directory we're going to create a file called firebase.js. Perfect. Okay, and over here this is what we're going to create, and we're going to put all our Firebase data. Our setup data. Okay, so just like we did for React, Firebase has a little bit of a setup. So let's just go through that. It's pretty simple. What we want to do, okay, is we want to click over here after you create your project. Okay, we want to click over here, and then you're going to go to project settings. Okay, it's going to take you to this page. Then we're going to click here on the web, and we're going to create an app nickname. Let's create the nickname called React Intro Blog. Okay, and then we're going to register the app. Now this is going to tell us a few things that we need to add to our project. So the first thing is the script file. Okay, so this script file, we're going to add it to our index. So let's go to index.html. Okay, and we're going to add that there. Perfect. And then we want to copy the rest of this, okay? And we're going to add that over here to our Firebase config, to a firebase.js file, okay? Now, a few other stuff, okay? So we have Firestore, okay? So Firebase, there is a library that allows us to use their API much easier. And again, Firebase is one of these great libraries that has great documentation, and I suggest that you get familiar with it. But we can go to the references just so you have an idea. And over here they can kind of explain everything that they do, and they have great videos on this, and it's really an amazing product. So what we're going to do now is, now that we have our config started, okay, we are going to do two things. First, we're going to import Firestore, okay? So require Firebase/Firestore, and then we're going to import Firebase from Firebase. Okay. After we have the config file, so every Firebase project will give you this config file that we got, and then what we're going to do is, from over here, what we've imported, we're going to say Firebase, the initialize app, and we're going to initialize it with this config object. Okay. Now after we initialize it, okay, the next thing we got to do is we want to export some of the stuff we're going to be using. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create this variable called DB. So this will be our database, okay? And the way we access that is after it's initialized. So, okay, you have to make sure that this goes after the initialization process. We're going to say Firebase.Firestore, okay? and then we want to call that function. Okay, so that gives us access to our database, and then a few other stuff that we'll be using later. We're going to say export. We're going to const auth. So this is when we're going to use the login. Okay, when we log in users later on in the course, this is what we're going to be using. So we're just setting it up now, so we don't have to set it up later. The authentication, okay, and Firebase again will help us with this. We're also going to import export const firestore specifically, and that is firebase.firestore. You don't have to call it as a function, and I'll explain why we do this later. And then we're going to export as a default. Okay, what we're going to export as a default is the DB. Okay, so that's our database. Okay, and let's see if that should give us a complete setup of our Firebase project. So now let's see how we import this. Import DB from where? Remember, we saved it in a file. So the file is Firebase. Okay, and that's going to give us access to our database. Okay, now Parcel, what it's going to do is Parcel is going to install this for us, and then we don't have to do anything. So just give that a moment, and then wait till Parcel is done installing. Okay. Also, now that we have most of the setup to start posting or saving our posts, the next thing we should do is actually go ahead and do that. So remember what we had over here. Okay, when this button is clicked, then this function that we created over here gets triggered. Once this function gets triggered, then we have access to the title, the content, and if you remember our mock API, okay, what we needed was a title, a content, and for now, we won't worry about the ID because the Firebase database would actually create this for us. So we don't need to worry about that for now. So let's go ahead and start posting and see how that goes. Okay, so let's go over here, and then here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create the first thing you got to do when you want to create a Firebase storage, and again, this is outside of the scope of this class, but this is more along the lines of data and how you want to structure your data. So depending on your application, you're going to want to study how is it that you want to structure your data. And one of the best ways to do this is thinking about how you're going to query your data. So querying your data is pretty much as how are you going to ask questions of the database later on. So if we look over here at our posts, okay, what do we know? We know that eventually what we're going to need is a collection, okay, that looks exactly like our mock API. Okay, so it's gonna have to look something along these lines. So once you start mocking out and you actually understand what your data is going to look like, then that allows you and that helps you understand how is it that you want to structure your data. And depending on that, we'll go through some examples in the course. But that's kind of what you want to think about beforehand before you start actually saving in your database. Now, another thing that I'm a big proponent is it's just start doing. And as you need to change your structure or as your app evolves, then worry about it as you go. One of the worst things you can do is overthink it. Just start creating your application, and if you don't have everything figured out at once, that's completely fine. Okay, but for now, we have a pretty basic API. This will work for what we're doing. So let's just go with it. Let's see what it'll do for us, and if we need to change the database, the data modeling, then we'll do that when we get to it. Okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But for now, let's go ahead and do it how it is. So let's create a reference. So what is a reference? Let's create the post reference. Post reference, and let's make that a variable. And pretty much this is how it goes. So when you create, we have access, remember, to the database through this variable that we set up as part of our Firebase setup. Okay, and this is why we export as the default, the DB, which is just pretty much Firebase initialized. Okay, and then what we're doing is we're calling the Firestore function, because the Firestore, that's what our actual database is within Firebase. Okay, and it's just one of the services they provide. Again, they have storage, hosting, and we'll be using some of those other ones. But for now, let's just worry about the database. So again, we're over here. So let's create a reference. And the reference pretty much is where within the database do you want to save your information, okay? And Firebase, like I said, has great documentation. So if you go to Firebase, okay, saving data, or let's put Firestore, saving data, okay? Then as you can tell, they have great videos, and I would suggest that you watch those videos. They're an amazing team. This is a product created by Google, so it's production tested. You're not gonna have any issues. They have it pretty much for all languages you can imagine. So again, just a great project, great documentation. You won't have any issues. You won't run into any issues even when you have questions. There's a lot of support around this product. So again, just a great product overall. Okay, so let's create that reference. So we're gonna go the DB. Now that once we have the DB, it's the way you create the way you save data to Firebase. It's based on these two concepts. One is called collections and one is called documents. So if we go back to our mock API, we have a collection here, which is everything within these two brackets within our array. Okay, so within our array, that is a collection, but that is a collection of documents, and the documents are each individual ones. Okay, so if we were to save this in our database, let's think about what would we call this. So I would say db.collection, and just to make sure, okay, you always want to reference back to the documentation whenever you're not sure of something. So it is collection instead of collection. So make sure you write it's in singular form, not plural. So collection, we're gonna call it post. Okay, and we can do one of two things at this point. So let's say you actually have an ID that you are sure that this post wants that you want for this post. Okay, it could be let's say you're saving users and you want to save each user, and the ID is going to be what you want to save the document as, because you want to use the last name and the first name, and you know that no one's gonna have that's gonna be pretty unique. Okay, or you can create a random ID out of something else. But in this case, we don't necessarily have any reason to create a random ID. All that we do know is that we want an ID created for our post, and Firestore can do this for us. So all we have to do is we can call the add function, and there's a few functions. If we go over here to the documentation, we can do the add function. Now, if we had an ID, so in this case, their ID is called LA, okay? So, but it could be anything that you want, anything that's unique to your document, and then you can call the set method instead of the add method, and then it'll set that data to this document, okay? So that's the way. And again, the more you use it, the more you'll get used to it. So this is more of a let's just practice it, and then as you see it working, then you'll understand a little bit more what's going on, and that'll become easier. So what are we gonna add here? Okay, let's before we create the reference. Now that we have the reference, let's just leave the reference there. Okay, the next thing we want to do is we want to create the payload. So the payload, or the data, you can call this whatever. This is the information that we're actually going to save to Firebase. Okay, so and it's pretty simple because we already have it. So all we're gonna do is title, and then what we're gonna do is content. Okay, now one of the great things about JavaScript, so this is what we're calling a this is an actual an object. So most objects, if you're used to writing JavaScript, you usually have to put the key and then the value, right? So title, and then in this case, we could say this will be document title, for example, and then the value of this will be title, right? And then we're gonna say let's just say information, and then that would be content, right? So our blog would be composed of a document title and then the information that goes along with it. In this case, though, in one of the new features of JavaScript, if your key and your value actually, so let's say we want a key called title, and then we have a variable called title that actually holds the value. So the key and the value are actually the same in this case. And the same thing for content. Then you don't have to write the key and the value. You can just write title, content, and then what will happen is, and then I'll just show you. Let's just console log this so we can see it. Okay, and then let's go back to our application. And when I click, let's go test, and then let's copy some lorem ipsum here. And then once we create a post, you see that we have now an object. Okay, and the object has two keys. One is called content, and one is called title. And the value for each of them is exactly what we have stored right over here in our variables. Okay, so that's how you can see what it is that you're going to save. And again, this is a normal process for me and for a lot of developers. Just get used to console logging things out to the console so you can see what it is you're working with. Whenever you're debugging something and something's not working correctly, go ahead and console it out. See where you are in your data. See where what mistakes, and then that'll usually allow you to see where the mistake is very easy. Okay, so seeing the data helps a lot. So just get used to console logging. I do it a lot, and again, it's just a great habit to get into. So now that we have the information that we want to save to the database, and now that we have also the actual place in the database where we want to save it, so we're going to save it in a collection called posts. Then the next thing we have left to do is just create it and just save it. I mean, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go post ref, dot. So we already have the kind of the route in the database where we're gonna save this. So that's saved in postref, and all we're going to do is we're going to say add, and then what we're gonna add is the payload. Okay, now just for good measure, let's if we go over here to documentation for database, what we can see is that once our data is saved, we can call a then function just so we know that it's been saved. So how about we do that, okay? So that we can have some feedback, and then we know what our data was saved to. And let's see if we can actually get the document ID as well. Okay. Okay, and if we don't, here we go. So yeah, so once we add it, we have, so what we do get back is a doc reference. Okay, so this is pretty much the document we save. And what I wanted to show you was the doc. What do we have here? The doc.id. So, and this is important because this is what's going to allow us, so you can see here in our API, we needed to save an ID because we're using the ID, if you remember, for when we pulled the blog post. That's what we're actually going to use to reference which blog post to actually show the user. Okay, so I wanted to show you that Firestore actually creates this for us automatically if we're using the add method. So again, so that's why we don't need to actually worry about creating one in this case. So now that we have this, let's see if it actually works. Okay, so let's go ahead to our application. Let's do a post title called test post title, and then let's copy some lorem ipsum, and let's go ahead and create that post. Okay, so we created a post. I am actually not seeing the console log, so let's see if we actually, actually, here we go. So it just took a little bit. So it says document successfully written, and now we have our ID as well. Okay, now if we go to our database, let's refresh this. Now once we refresh it, over here in our database, we can see that we have a new collection called posts. Okay, within that collection, there's a document, and that document holds our content that we saved, okay, as well as the test post title, the title. Okay, and we can deal with again styling the content as we want. As we can see here, it kind of saved it all as a big lump of string. So we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to work with this kind of how we did previously. So we've already done a little bit of this before. Now we're gonna have to so we'll do it again, just something to note. Okay, so but again, the important thing is we have a post, we have a new document with an ID, and we actually have our content and our title saved. So that's perfect. So now we're saving to database, and everything is working correctly as we thought. So what's the next thing to do? Actually, let's fix the content so we don't have to do that later. And one of the easy ways to do that, let's just go before we save this. Let's see what is it that we're getting over here. So let's console log content, and let's see if we're getting it as a big lump, or we actually have to do something beforehand. Okay, so over here it's actually separated by new lines, kind of how we want it. So let's try to save it that way to the database. And how do we do that? If you remember, if we go to post, was it in post? Yeah, so here we go. So let's just save it exactly how it is that we want to query it back from the database. And that's the best way to think about it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to say, before we save content, okay, we're actually going to modify it. So we're going to say content split. We're going to split it on the new line, map, paragraph, ID. So we don't want to include the ID for this part, okay? And let's see, do we want to, yeah, so we want to save it with the p tags. And actually, yeah, let's just leave it with the ID. Let's just leave the whole thing so that we can just get it back from the database exactly and how we want to display it for the user. So with this done, so now if we console log again, console log content, then we should see how it's actually going to be saved to database. So let's go ahead and lower mipsum, and let's see here. So I just want to make sure it's the new content and not the previous one. Okay, so I'm back. So I did a little test off camera because from what I understood, database preserves how exactly we save the text, and as you guys and as everyone was seeing, we were saving the text with the new line. So it actually does preserve it. I know when we look over here at what the content looks like, it doesn't seem like it does, but we'll see in a few that actually does once we actually retrieve it. So let's just go ahead and trust that Firestore does this, and if we need to actually update it or modify it in any way, then we'll go ahead and do that. So now that we actually have created our first post, okay, let's go ahead and try to actually pull that from the database. So how would we do that? Let's go back to posts, okay, in plural. So if you remember, this is where we have all of our posts, okay? So this is what we call in React the parent component, okay? So this is the component that's going to pass down the information to all the children, and all the children of posts would be the post. So let's do something, okay? And now we're gonna use a real API instead of our mock API, okay? So we're gonna use a new function called useEffect, okay, over here. And then what we're gonna do, we're also going to import DB from Firebase because we actually want to query some of that data. So, and then we're gonna create two variables, one called post, okay, and then set post, okay, and then we're going to also use state, and we're gonna set it to an array, an empty array. So since we're gonna use state, we're going ahead and we're going to set that up as well. So remember, we have to declare what we're gonna use, and then we can use it. Okay, so we're using over here use state. So we declared it, and we're about to use useEffect. So what's useEffect? As we explained before, useEffect is one of the lifecycle methods that React uses before it renders out our components. So this is the perfect moment if we need to make any API calls, if we need to do any setup before we render out to the user. this is kind of where we do that. So let's do that right now. So we're gonna go ahead and do use effect. Okay, with the function, we're gonna provide it a function, and remember that we always put and at first we put an empty array. For now, we don't need to update it, but in later use cases, we'll see where this comes in handy. But for now, let's just go ahead and put an empty array there, and let's call that the database. So let's see if we can actually make a database query. Okay, so let's create a ref. This will be the post ref. Okay, and we have to declare db.collection, and if you remember, is it post or post? Let's see here, post. Okay, with a plural, perfect. So post. So and that's pretty much all we need to do. That's exactly where all of our posts are, right? That's the location in our database. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say postRefs dot get. Okay, so we want to get it first. We have to call the get function, and then after the get function, then we get a then call. So once we got the data, then we have it, and then we have a query snapshot. So a query snapshot pretty much it's pretty much all of our data. Okay, it's a data dump of all of our data, and what we're going to do is that Firestore is going to return to us each document in our post individually, and we'll get to see that now. So let's just go through it. So what we want to do is we're going to loop through it. Okay, the reason we want to loop through it is so that we can see each individual post, and then what we're going to do is we're going to set it over here in set post. Okay, so we're going to go query snapshot. Okay, this is again query snapshot. Imagine this is right now. I know we only have one post in our collection, but imagine we had 10. So what this query snapshot represents, let's just call it what it something more declarative, so we don't forget. It's all of our posts. Okay, post collection. That's what it is. So for the post collection, Firestore has a function that says for each. So this is very similar to a function we used previously, map. So for each and map are kind of synonymous. There are differences, and maybe we'll make a course later on about that. But Firebase has gone with this method, so it's very similar to map. Okay, it's just going to go over our collection one at a time, and then what it's going to give us is going to give us a post. Okay, so we're going over our post collection, and then individually what we have access to is an individual post, and then let's console log it out. Okay, and the way we get the data from each of the posts while we're querying Firestore is the following way. So let's just say let data equal post.data. Okay, so we call data on the document. Okay, and then that gives us our data, and then we're going to save it to a variable called data, and then we're going to go ahead and console log that out, and then let's see if we actually get what we expect. So let's go to post. Okay, if you remember in our routes, we have a route called post, so let's go there. Okay, and let's see if and over here. So over here we are getting an error in one of the P elements. Not sure where that's coming from. We'll check that out in a bit. Post snippet. So in the post snippet, we will check that out in a second. But if we look down here, okay, we can see this is the data, and we can make sure it's the right one. So let's console log, and let's write this is the post. This is the post. Okay, so let's clear that out, and here we go. Okay, so we know this is the post, so that is the data we're getting back from Firestore. Okay, so if we see, what do we do? Very similar to how we created the post. Okay, we created the reference. Okay, which all we had to do is say, hey, here's where we want to save it. Okay, in this collection we want to add this new document, and then we get the doc ID, and then when we go to post, okay, which remember, the reason we're putting it in post, okay, if you remember how data flows in React data flows from one component to the next. So we're going to pass some of this data to the data snippet component, and from the data snippet component, the most important data that we need to pass, if you remember, okay, is the ID, because once we have the ID, then we can retrieve the content where in our actual post, and then that's what we can show our users. But for now, we have our data. Okay, and another thing that we want to do is we also going to need the ID. Okay, so how do we get the ID? We're going to get the ID from, okay, and remember this is called destructuring, so we're going to get the ID from post. Okay, so if another way to do this will be the following way, just so you can see the difference. We can just say ID and then we go post.id. Okay, but since as you can see this .id and this variable that we're calling, we could call this variable post ID. Okay, now they wouldn't be the same, right? Because this one's called ID and this one's called post ID. But since we can name this variable anything we want, if we name it the same as something as one of the properties in an object, then we get to destructure it, and then all we have to do is call post. And this comes in handy. Right now we only have one property that we want to get from this object, but if we had, let's say, name, content, all this, instead of having to declare each of them individually, we can just destructure it and then save ourselves some time. Okay, so let's just make sure that, again, it's always good to make sure and double check that you're getting the data back that you need. So let's refresh over here, and then let's see if what we're getting is the right information. Okay, so we have content, and over here we have the ID of the post, which is the most important thing we needed. So what we're gonna do is, okay, we are going to say the data object, which we have over here, we are going to modify it just a bit. Okay, so we're gonna say let payload equals ID, okay, which we have here, and we're also going to say everything else. So this is also part of a new JavaScript feature, so we can just say data. So because data, if we look in here, data has two keys, content and title. If we do ... the spread operator, this is called the spread operator, what it'll do, it'll spread these two keys, or how many ever they have, into one into the whole object. Okay, so now we should see, and again we can test this, that now if we console log payload, instead of having two keys, we should have actually three keys, and the keys are content, ID, and title. Okay, so now we've added, all we've done really is add ID to the data we had already gotten from Firebase. Okay, and that's perfect. So now the next thing to do, well, what would be the next thing to do? Okay, so let's clear all these console logs. So the next thing to do is actually to set it, okay, in our collection. So how can we set that? Let's go ahead and do set post. Okay, and if we had any posts, which at this moment we don't, we can actually provide a function to the set post method. Okay, so any of these posts and set posts that we're using with useState, we can provide an actual method. So what we want to do is very something similar to what we did over here. So imagine that we had already 3 posts. Okay, imagine we had 5 posts and we wanted to add a 6th post. So this is called concatenation. Concatenation is simply adding something to the collection. That's all it is. Okay, we're just gonna add something to the collection. So again, we're gonna get the collection of posts, okay, and we're gonna say, hey, you know what? Whatever was in posts, leave it there. Okay, so if you had three posts, that's great, leave it there. All we want to do now is add a new one, and that new one's gonna be called payload. Okay, and then if we just let's console log over here. Okay, let's console log what our post variable has after we get it from Firebase, and let's see, we're getting an error here. It says payload is not defined. Let's see here, what did we do wrong? Paid, well, you got to spell it right. Okay, so payload. Okay, let's refresh it, and if we look over here, our payload actually has one our post. Okay, so it has the content, the ID, and the title. So now that we're getting the data, okay, so we got the data back. Okay, we modified it, so we added the ID, and then we set it to this variable called post. So now in our post variable, okay, we have something very similar to our mock API, okay? But instead of our mock API, which is something we created and it's static, okay? Now, whenever we create a post, we can actually retrieve it from the database, set it, okay? And we have it now stored in our variable, okay? And again, this is most of what you're seeing here, which is what I want you to get used to. This is the pattern in programming, okay? You want to get some data that some user inputs some data somewhere within your site, okay, or your application. You want to save it somewhere, and then you want to be able to retrieve it. And that, in a sense, is a lot of what programming is about, okay? It's about moving data around. It's about modifying data. It's about displaying data. That's what it's about, okay? So if you get that concept wrapped around your head and all these exercises that we're going through, that's, although it might look a little bit different here and there, if you really think about it and if you look at everything we're doing, that's pretty much all we're doing, okay? We're saving some data, we're getting some data, we're modifying some data, and we're displaying some data, okay? So get those concepts, wrap your head around those concepts, and you'll have a great understanding of what programming is all about, and it'll become really simple, okay? It'll become really easy and something that you can manage. So as you can tell, this is not something that it's rocket science. This is something that you can do, and again, I think it's a great skill. So okay, let's move on. And now, instead of post snippet, instead of actually mapping over our mock API, which we created ourselves, let's try to map over. Let's replace this with post, and let's see what happens. And again, the ID, we're gonna go article.id, because remember, we actually have a save within our post. We can actually replace this and call it post. We can leave it as article. It doesn't really matter. Okay, this is an arbitrary variable that we get to pick ourselves. But what we cannot pick ourselves is, okay, this post that we have here that we're mapping over, it's again this post. Okay, so let's save that, and now let's see what we get on our view. So instead of having 10 posts, which is what we had over here because our API had about 5 posts, now we only do have 1 post, which is fine, right? Because that's exactly what we have in our database. But if we see over here, because of the way we saved our data in our database, okay, it's the same as the way we had it in our mock API. We have the test post title, okay, which is what we saved it as. Okay, if we go to title over here, test post title, and we have our lorem ipsum that we saved ourselves. Okay, so perfect. Now, again, now over here we're showing the full all the paragraphs, so kind of the full post. And the way we had it, that this was a snippet, right? The whole idea was that we didn't want to show the full post over here, and we just wanted to show kind of a snippet to give the reader an idea of what the post was about. But only once they actually click on read full article did we want to show the full article. So let's see how we can solve that. So let's go to Lodash, and Lodash has a trim function, and let's read what trim does. Removes leading and trailing white space or specified characters from string. So let's see if trim is actually what we're looking for. Let's see here what other functions Lodash has. Okay, so I actually looked around, and it turns out that JavaScript has its own function, so we don't even need to use Lodash for this. And the function is called substring. Now, one way again that you can find this out is just look up. Okay, learn when you're programming. Whenever you're solving something that you don't know, just do a search, and most likely there has been someone who has dealt with the same issue that you're dealing with, or has solved exactly what you're trying to solve. Okay, so I searched for Lodash, only display part of a string. Turns out another great documentation science, Mozilla. So Mozilla actually is one of the I think they're part of the committee that actually writes part of the JavaScript spec. So they have great documentation on all the functions that JavaScript has. So this function called substring is what we want, and what we have to supply this function as arguments is kind of, we want to show from like the first character, and we just have to choose an ending character. So let's try it out, and let's see how it works out for us. So we're gonna go substring. So we already have the content here, right? Remember content. That's why it's displaying this whole kind of article. But we want to trim that down. Okay, so we're gonna go substring. So only show of that whole string a subsection. Okay, that's kind of what we're telling it. And let's show the first, I don't know, let's show the first 1,000 characters. Okay, let's see how that works for us. And that looks, that looks very similar to what we had. We're only showing the first 1,000 characters of whatever our post said. And once we click on read for article, let's see over here if this actually works. Now again, this shouldn't work. And simply, why do you think it's not working? Okay, well, because remember, now that we're actually pulling information from our database, we have to set that up as well in our post. But as you can notice here, one of the things I want you to notice is that we did pass the ID. Okay, so we have that ID that we needed from, okay, that we were using in our mock API. Remember this ID, that this is how we're going to identify which specific post to pull from the database. We passed that around, and we got it, if you remember, from let's go back to post over here. Okay, that's why we needed it over here in our payload, and that's why we added it to our data. Okay, so we're passing the ID around. We're modifying the content on, once we show all of our posts, once we have that collection that we want our users to see all of our posts, but we don't want them to see the whole post. We just want them to see a section of it. We're modifying that over here with substring. And again, just for so it looks nicer, you can structure this however you want. So we have article, the content, that's substring, and then we're saying show character from 1 to 1,000. That looks pretty good. We're passing our ID around, article.id, which is we got access from mapping over these posts. So now let's go to post, and let's see what we have to do over here to actually get this working. So remember, now we're actually getting data from our database. So what do we have to do? Instead of using our API, we have to import our database now. Import db from, and we have it over here in Firebase. Okay, great. So we're gonna do something very similar to this. Okay, so if you remember, when we were getting it from our API, because our API was static, okay, we did API, and then we got the ID that we got from props.id, which is, if we go back to that post, is this ID over here. But now we're going to use that same ID, but we're actually going to get it from the database. Okay, so let's see how we're going to do that. Let's first create the database reference. So let post reference, okay, post ref. And now instead of, if we go to post and we go back over here, we have post reference. But since we actually want one specific post, we don't want the whole collection, we just want one, we go postref.collection. Okay, let's see if I spelled that correctly. Collection. And the collection is going to be the same one. Okay, so remember, all of our posts are in one collection called posts, but we actually do want one specific document within that collection. And which document do you think we want? Okay, we want this document, props.id. Okay, that's the document that we want to pull out. Okay, and I'm going to organize this a little bit. Okay, so now that we have our, that's where our post is. Okay, and I forgot to put db. So db.collection.doc. Okay, and for those of you at home that caught that, good job. So again, so now we have, hey, this is the reference to our post. Okay, whereas if we go back to post, we were saying, hey, this is the reference to our post collection, to all of our posts. But now we're not saying that. Now what we're saying, hey, this is the reference to one specific post. Okay, this is just the post we want. Okay, perfect. So now let's, before we set the title and the content, let's just make sure we do the following. So we actually have to get it. So now that we have the reference, we actually have to get it. So we go postref dot, same thing, get, okay, dot then, but this time, since we're actually just getting one document, remember, we're not going to get back a collection. So all we get back is a doc. Okay, it's very similar when we were in post. Okay, and we were doing this for each method. Okay, and then only once we did the for each method. So once we got the collection, and then we went over each of the items in the collection, we were able to get access to the individual post. In this situation, okay, in this instance, since we're only getting one document, we have access to it immediately. Okay, so we get the document, then we actually have access to it immediately, and then all we got to do is the following. We're going to set let data equal dot data. Okay, and then let's console it out. Let's just make sure that we are actually getting the information that we want back. Okay, so as we can see over here, now we're in our post. Okay, it's still not showing anything. Okay, but we do have the content and the title. Okay, and we were able to get that because we had the ID. And remember, we're passing the ID down from the parent component to the child component over here in post. Okay, so that's how we set that up. All right, now that we have the data, the next step is to do exactly we had done before. So we're going to move this, instead of from being out here, we're going to put it right in here. Okay, so we have this data, and because we have this data, instead of saying data, remember what we call destructuring. So we know that inside of this data object we have two things. One is content and the other one's title. So that's all we have to do. We just have to say let content and title, and get it from where? Get it from over here, the data. Okay, so when we set the title, instead of saying post.title, all we have to say now is, hey, you know what? Content, title, we have those two variables declared, set the title, set the content, and now let's go back to our post, and just like that, we have our post working again. Okay, so now what have we done over here? We have, okay, let's go back to our default view, which in this case we have it being the create post, and let's create a new one. Let's create a new one to see if this works. Okay, so now that we have one, let's create a second one. So we're going to call ahead and call second post title. Okay, and let's do again some lorem ipsum. We should see the difference. Although the lorem ipsum is the same, we should see that the title does change. Okay, and let's go ahead and create that post. Okay, and if we go over here and we open up our console, we should see that it's saved. Okay, now again, as a good UI experience, and we'll go over this in a moment, we want to clear this out and actually probably take the user back after they create a post. We should, give them actually some feedback that is like, hey, the post has been created, and maybe take them back to the post section. But for now, let's see, and let's do that manually. Let's go to post. Okay, and remember, it's going to take a little bit now because we're not actually getting it from our static API that was just sitting right there in our files. We're getting this from an actual service online, and we see here that we have test post, second post. Okay, so this is the latest one we posted. So if we go and read the full article, so as we can see here, we have our two posts. We can read the first one, and we see that we have test post title with our lorem ipsum. And if we go to the second post, let's see if we actually see the title be different. And that should tell us that we are in the second post. And the second post, again, does show the title being different. And we're pulling all this information from our database online. So that's great. That's fantastic. We've created a post, and we're pulling from our database. And that's a huge feat. Okay, so now you've pretty much created at this point a full functioning application. Now we're gonna add a little bit more things to it, but you should be proud of yourself. This is a big step. Okay, you're creating the application. You are using React. You're sending information from one component to the next. You're saving to a database. You're creating the post. You're loading the post. You're getting the data back. And now let's get into updating it and a little bit making the user experience a little better. Okay. Okay. So next, let's do a few things. When we create a post, what you saw is that a few things happen, right? The information kind of stay there, so there is no real feedback letting our users know that the post has been created. Second, it kind of just stays there. One of the things that we might want to do is take the user back to maybe the post view instead of keeping them here, since that post has been created already, and then that will be a nicer user experience. Another thing that we want to create, maybe it's a navigation, right? Because right now this is the default view, But really, we want the post to be a default view and then get to this page only when someone actually wants to create a post. Okay, we don't want to actually have this being the page that's the default one. Okay, so let's do that. So the first thing we're gonna want to do, let's go back to the post. Okay, and right here where we actually go ahead and create that post. So after the post is created, then let's do a few things. Okay, we're gonna set the title. Okay, set the title, and we want to do this outside of the creation. So this function over here, this is what actually creates the post. Okay, and then after that, we actually want to go ahead and set the post. Let's see here. Let's see if we're in the correct place. Actually, this is what. No, we're in the post section. We want to be in the create post. So yeah, one of the things in programming, okay, you got to be careful, especially once you have components. That's why it's so important to organize your application in the correct manner. So I was in post. If I would have edited that, then that would have created issues for us later on because I wasn't in the right component. So the right component is the create post component. So after, okay, the post is created, okay, is when we actually want to go ahead and do set title. Okay, so we have it over here, and then we're saving that. Okay, so outside of this, we actually want to do set the title, and what do we want to set it back to? Okay, we want to set it back to being empty, and we also want to set the post, the content, to being empty. Okay, so let's try that. So we're gonna call this third post, and then again, let's actually do 3 paragraphs this time instead of 5. We're gonna go ahead and post this, and you can see once we posted it, we can go over here to our database, and we can see that we have the 3 posts, but we also, okay, have cleared the form. So this actually gives our users a much better experience, letting them know, hey, your post has been created. And there's other feedback we can give them. We can create a modal, but this is just, this is a simple way of letting them know that their post has been created. And again, it's very nice to not just leave it on the screen, to actually clear the form once you're done. So the next thing we want to do is we want to take them back to the post section. So let's go ahead and over here in Reach Router, okay, we're going to use the navigate component. So navigate, we're going to get it from Reach Router, and we're going to, let's just copy this, okay. And what navigate does is, instead of us having to click on a link to actually go to a specific route, navigate allows us to, without having to click on a link, to manually, okay, take someone to the route that we want. So we're going to go navigate, and then we're just going to say we want to navigate to post. Okay, that's where we want to navigate after we're done creating our post. And let's just make sure we did that correctly. And anyways, we'll see right now. So let's go ahead and create another post, and let's see. This will be the 4th post, okay, and then let's grab some lorem ipsum, and then let's go ahead and create that post. And just like that, you saw how it took us back to the post view, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have our 4th post, 2nd, test, 3rd, and 4th. Okay, so took us back to the post page, and now we have a way to create the post. And once we create that post, so let's go ahead back to our main view. Once we create the post, okay, we're clearing the forms, and we're also navigating, we're taking the user back to our post view, okay. And in our post view, again, we can see that they can click on any of the posts and they'll be able to see that specific post. Okay, so our next thing is, why don't we create a navigation? So instead of, again, if we want to have the first page of our blog not be this. Okay, we want this to be just something that someone goes to when they want to. So let's go to Ant, and in Ant, let's go to navigation. Okay, and let's create a menu. Okay, and we want to create a pretty simple menu, so this one should be fine for us. So let's just copy this code, and let's go. Now, where do we want to put this? We want to put this over here in app. Okay, so remember, in app, that's kind of the entry point to all of our to our whole application. Okay, so that's where we want to put it, because if we put it here, then it'll show up on all the rest of the views, and we want the navigation to be something that shows up on all the views. Okay, so depending on how you want to structure your routes and depending on how you want to structure your application, you want to think about these things. So because all the routes actually are in this component called application, that's a good place to put it if we want the navigation to show up on all the routes. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And the first thing I'm gonna do is import from Ant the components that we want to use. After I have that, then let's see, we might use the submenu, we might not. I don't think we will, but let's just input it for now. And let's just copy all this. It's pretty big. Looks pretty intimidating, but we will deal with that in a second. So let's go ahead and create a div. Okay, and let's give this div a class name of app main navigation. Okay, and let's just copy this, and then let's see what we need and what we don't need. So let's see here. Let's just delete this whole submenu. Okay, perfect. Let's try to, and then let's just keep these two first menu items. Okay, and let's see what that looks like. Let's go to our app. Let's open up a console, and we are getting an error. Let's see what the error is. Cannot read properly handle click of undefined. So because we copied this code, they have this on click event. Let's just delete all this for now. Okay, and we'll add it later. And now we have on our app a navigation. Okay, now again, the thing is that we are in the create post. So instead of making the create post the default, let's make the default the post view. Let's also give the create post a path, and let's make the path create post. Okay, and let me just put this over here. So we have post, and create post as our routes. Then we have our navigation, and now, okay, in our default view we have the navigation and the default view being the post. Now what we have to do is we actually have to make these go to the correct place, very similar to how we did it over here with our blog post. Okay, but first let's change these menu items so that they don't say navigation 1, navigation 2. The first thing we want to do is we want to say post. Okay, and the second thing we want to do is we want to say create post. Okay, those are kind of the two routes that we have right now. Okay, so we have post, create post. Now Ant has great icons that that we can check out. I don't think right now, well, let's just see here. Let's see if there's something we like. But just so we can, actually, this looks good, form. So if we put icon type form, that's just here. An icon was one of the components we imported. Now again, we're not using the submenu, but if we had a drop down, that might be something we use. And then for the create post, let's go ahead and do the highlight icon. That looks like a nice one. Highlight. Okay. So For post, we see that we have an icon that looks, again, very similar to post. Maybe let's see if there's another one. Again, I don't want to get too I don't want to spend too much time on this, but let's see if there's something here. Post. Let's see if we can just find something. Articles or something. I don't know. Yeah, and again, you can search through all these. They have, I mean, you can tell they have a ton. So honestly, you can pick whichever ones you like best. I think the ones we have now, they look fine, but they have just icon after icon, so you can have your pick of the litter here. So let's go with read. Actually, read looks nice. Yeah, I like read. And then highlight looks. So yeah, these are our posts, and then this is the one to create posts. Let's remove this disabled. But if you wanted one of the links to not be clickable, then again, all you have to do is when you come over here, and let's say we are in navigation, okay, and let's go to what do we have? The menu. Yeah, let's go to the menu. So if you go down here for the and documentation, it'll tell you all the properties that every single component accepts, okay? And with these properties, you can style it, you can create the on-click events, on deselect, and they created a great, all other components are very flexible. So just go through the documentation, get familiar with it, and that'll be then you'll be able to find out everything you can do with it. But for now, you saw, you can put things disabled, not disabled. There's a bunch of things you can do without everything. I like to keep my applications simple, but depending on the application that you're building, you might need any one of these features. So this is, again, it's a great library that has all these things built in, so you might as well use them. So just get familiar, and yeah. So now we have post and create post. So now let's see how we are actually going to get, one more thing I wanted to add is for the app main navigation. I wanted to add a little bit of a margin on the bottom, so it's not snug right up against the header. Margin bottom, let's do 20 pixels. And let's see what that looks like. So there you go, right? So now there's a nice separation between our post and our between our navigation and our post. Sorry about that, was reading something. So yeah, now there's a nice separation between each of them. Another thing, I don't know if you've noticed, but I want to show you another one of the functions from Lodash. If we go to our code snippets, or our post snippets over here, okay, and we look at, not the post snippet, so let's look at post, okay, and post, if we look at the title, because of the way we've, when we create the post, some of our titles are not capitalized. If we go to Lodash, okay, one of the great functions they have here is called capitalize, and this is just a great way. Maybe not capitalized. Let's use uppercase. Okay, yeah. Or two upper. I think it's two upper, the one that we're looking for. Or is it uppercase? Let's see here. So convert string space separated words to uppercase. Which one do we want? Upper first. We don't want to make the whole thing. Let's see, capitalize. Converts the first argument to uppercase and the remaining to lowercase. All right, this is it. It's just Fred look. Okay, there we go. So capitalize. I was like, that looks weird. So let's use it. Let's see if we have Lodash. So we have Lodash here. Now again, one of the things we can do here, when one of the great things about one of the many great things about Visual Studio Code is when you're not using something, it tells you, hey, you know what? You can see that everything kind of is highlighted and this is a little dim. So because a little dim, we know we're not using the API anymore, right? We're not using that in anywhere in our code. So we can just remove it here from the post, okay? Because now we're getting our API from our database. Yay, us. And let's go to title. Let's go capitalize. So it's underscore dot capitalize. And then let's wrap that in that function, okay? And now if we go back to our post, all of our posts look nice and they're capitalized, even though we didn't save them that way. Okay, so that's a nice little function. Just wanted to show you that. So now let's go back to our navigation. Okay, so our navigation has post and it has create post, but it's not actually taking us anywhere. This is just, you know, it's like it doesn't do anything. So let's make it do something. So let's go back to app. Now in app, we're going to need to import something we've seen before, which is link. And in our menu items, let's go back to reach router, see if we remember how to use this. Examples, basic usage. Actually, let's go to link. Link is what we're going to use anyways. And link, again, if we remember, very simple. All we got to do is do the link. And once we have, because we have our routes already created, okay, down here, all we have to do is link them to one of the routes. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, let's go ahead and do link. And let's make this one be the post link. And then we want to do 2. And because post happens to be the default route, we can leave it like that, or we can actually give it the name of the route itself. Okay, in this case, it's the default route, so it'll be fine if we leave it like this. But in any case, it's nice to have it that way in case you have some other page being the home page. You know, just so you know, both ways work. And then this one, let's call it create post. And then that's actually going to take us to this path over here, create post. Okay, and let's see if that works. Let's go back to our application. And we have a little issue. So as you can tell, our icons now are, you know, they're not styled correctly. So let's see how we can fix that. So let's see if we can do style, and then let's float this left. Still doesn't look right. Let's see, link to icon. If we float it left, let's try to see, maybe we can style this and float the link right. Maybe that'll give us the way, you know. Doesn't seem like it's so. Let's see here. Let's try to debug this. Okay, so we have the post, then we have the icon. We're floating it left, but if we don't float it left, it seems like that works because we floated the icon right. Let's see if that actually works. All right, that looks like it works. So all we had to do actually was float the icon, the link. The link had to be floated right, okay? And let's do that also for this the post one. And there you go. Now our icons are looking nice. Everything's looking back to normal and styled correctly. And again, you know, styling is outside of the scope of this class, but there are great courses on Udemy, and you know, we'll be creating another one as well that's all about styling. But for now, again, outside of the scope of this class, this is mainly focusing on how to create applications, how to create you know, specifically Firebase and React application to get you up and running. But you know, very important to understand styling. Styling is a huge part of not of programming essentially, but remember, of the user experience. And when we're creating applications as developers, the main thing we always have to keep in mind is the user experience, because at the end of the day, it is our users that will be using our applications. And a well-designed app, you know, it will do wonders for you. Okay, and you know, there are all these things that go into styling. So again, outside of the scope of this class, but I don't want to minimize it and say that it's not important. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right, so let's see if this is actually working. Let's see if our posts and our links are working. And if you look right down here, okay, right down here, at least on Chrome, it shows you where these links lead to. So let's just click it. Let's see what happens. Okay, there you go. So it took us to our create post, and let's go back to post. Let's see if that actually works. And there you go. It took us back to our post. So now both of our links are working, and our application is coming along nicely. So what do we want to do next? Okay, so what do we want to do next? Let's say that so now we can create all these posts, and that's fantastic. Okay, but what if let's say we want to change the title of this. Okay, let's say we want to change the title, or let's say we want to change the content. Let's say we want to add an image or something. Okay, how can we do that? Well, let's create another link over here that allows us to edit the post. How about we do that? Okay, so it'll be very similar to create posts, you'll see, but in this section, what we'll be learning is how to actually edit an item, how to update it on our database, and then how to reflect that change back into our application. Okay. All right, so let's see how we can update our post. So let's go back to the post component. And in the post component, right here where we have title, okay, not the title. Let's see here. We have the title, the content for our post. We have the page header. Let's go to the post snippet. Yeah, in the post snippet, we have, so remember, yeah, here we go. Where we had extra, if you remember when we were reading documentation for Ant, here in the extra, they actually gave us a hint that it'll show up on the right-hand side, okay? So what we want to do is we want to add another link. Now, here's one peculiarity of React. Whenever you have two adjacent components, so you see we have one link and then another link, but it's not, you know, they're just next to each other. What React says we need to do in order for it not to give us an error, as you can see over here, my console is screaming at me. So what we got to do is we're going to create a div. Okay, so essentially we have to create a wrapper. Okay, and a wrapper is just, you know, a div. A div is a wrapper. And then this allows for React not to freak out completely, and allow us to put two adjacent components next to each other. And as you can see, that's exactly the error that we were getting over here. Okay, must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Okay, and by us adding this div, that does the job. I'm gonna restart my server. Okay, but that's one thing. Okay, so just be on the lookout for that error. You know, to most new React developers, it happens, and you know they're like, you know, what's going on? There's really nothing wrong with their code, so it's a really hard bug to spot. But you know, that's something you should keep in mind. Whenever you have two adjacent components this way, make sure there's always a wrapping link. And if you look, you know, across our code, there is always, that's why I create, that's one of the reasons why I always create this first container. Also in our application, right? You also see that container. So I always have that container, and then I wrap everything inside that container. Okay, otherwise React is gonna freak out on you. And it's, if you don't know what's going on, it's a hard bug to spot and to debug, and it'll take you hours. Ask me how I know. Okay, so yeah, now you won't have to go through that. So let's just give this a class name. It's always good to give it a class name in case you need a handler for it later. So let's just call this the post snippet links. Okay, it's called post snippet links. And you know, it doesn't look great yet, and let's actually change their names. One will be the read the full article link, and then the other one would be the update article. Okay, we can put update or edit, whichever one you like best is fine. Let's go with update for now. Okay, and see we have update and read full article. I'm just gonna actually make this just more concise, and I'm just gonna put edit, because otherwise this is like, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna look super long. So, but the thing is, it looks, you know, although it's working, it doesn't look very great. So let's give it a little bit of styling for the read full article. Let's go to style, and let's do a margin right. Okay, and push it maybe 15 pixels. Let's see how that looks. So there you go, right? Much nicer spacing. It's actually readable now. It's not all bunched up. And now we have our edit link and our read article link. The thing is, here's the thing. They're both leading to the same path, right? Because we don't actually have an update component. So let's go ahead and create that. Okay, let's go ahead and create our update component. So let's create a new file, and we're gonna call it update post.jsx. And let's go, because I will show you now that it's gonna be very similar to the create post. So let's actually copy this this whole code, and let's put it here. Now let's change some of the names. So update, what are we calling this? Update post. And let's go down here and also do the update post. Let's see what else. Let's see what else. We have the title. So we're gonna need the title. We're gonna need this. We're gonna need pretty much all this. We're going to need the link, because again, if you think about it, okay, when we go and read the full article and when we go and edit the full article, essentially, okay, we're gonna need the same information, right? Because if we want to read a specific article, we need a specific that article's ID. But if we want to edit a specific article, we also need the same thing, right? We also need the specific article ID. So for both of these components, we actually need the same information in order to update it or to read it. Now the difference being is that, unlike the reading, okay, we're going to be updating it. So the updating part looks very similar to the read the post part. Okay, so on that section, let's go to post. Okay, and then let's go to also the create post. Okay, so in the create post, we have the form and everything we need for the form. But remember, in the post section, okay, what we actually do have is all the way that we actually do grab that post, and we're setting. So we're grabbing it from the database essentially, and then we're setting it. Whereas in the create post, we don't have to do that, because when we're creating a post, there is actually no post to grab from the database because we're creating a new one. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to kind of merge these two things together. Okay, so in the update post, we're going to use the same code that we use for the post section to grab the article from the database. Okay, so that's what we want to do, and we're going to do that first before all these other functions. So we're going to need the post ref. We're going to need the ID. Okay, so we're going to need to pass that ID. Once we have that, okay, then we want to set the title and the content of our post to what it is in the database. Okay, so whatever we get from the database, we want to kind of put it back here in the title and the content. Whenever we change it, so this is what's very similar about the create post section. So that first section, right, very similar to when we're just in the post view that we're reading the article, but because we are in the update view, then this other section comes in handy, okay, which is we actually want to update, you know, if we're going to change the title, we need that update to be observed and recognized so that we can actually change it. And same thing for content. And then we have over here a function called onCreatePost. We're going to change this to say an update post, okay? An update post, okay? And if you remember, there's a button down here that we have that says create post, but we're going to say update. Oh, let's actually call it edit post. Edit, and then let's actually give this the appropriate name so that it matches and we don't get confused. Okay, so now we have the edit post, but here's the thing. Remember, when we're creating a new post, there isn't actually anything for us to update. Okay, so we're gonna learn a new Firebase command function, and that'll be the update. How do we update a document on Firebase? But first, let's make sure that we are actually getting the right information and that everything looks good. So it's always good to check your code as you're making it. Okay, it's not a good idea to make 80 changes and then at the end go check, because then you don't know what actually went wrong. So let's go step at a time and let's check our work as we go. So let's go back to app, okay, because we just created a new component. Now let's restart our server. As we know, whenever we create a new component, if we don't actually restart the server, it won't recognize it. So let's go back to app, and we just created a new a new view, and this view is called update post. Okay, and the update post path, let's say it will go to update post. Okay, fantastic. So now that we've created a route, let's also import it here. So if we don't import it here, then we can't use it. So let's import it, update post from, okay, from update post. Perfect. So we've declared it, we've created a route for it, we've given it a path, and now if we go to our post section, and specifically our post snippet, actually, in our post snippet where we have this edit button, okay, now we know where the edit button needs to go. So it needs to go to actually update. So let's go here. What do we do? We said update post, but actually update post is, it's not just like create post, because we're gonna need the ID, right? Just like when we're reading the post, when we're updating the post, we're also gonna use that ID to know what post we need to update. So the path pattern is gonna be update post followed by an ID. Okay, so let's go back to post snippet, and then we're gonna say update post, okay, followed by props.id. And we already have the props.id passed down from the post parent component. Okay, and remember the way data flows. So in the post component, we're rendering the post snippet, okay, and we're passing the ID there. Now in post snippet, we have access to that ID through the props, okay, argument that we pass into the component. So now when we are creating this edit link, we can say link to update post, which we created a new route here, update post, okay, with the update post pattern followed by the ID, which again, that's what we have here. And now let's save it, and let's see if that actually takes us to the right place. So second post title, okay, that's the one we're gonna click on, and let's click on edit, and let's see if we don't get an error. And yeah, here we go. So again, looks almost great. The thing is that we don't just want to render it. Okay, we want to do it very similar to the create post. And if you remember in create post, what we had were input fields. Okay, so we want to do the same thing for update post. But you know, as we can see over here for update post, let's see if these are actually input fields. They don't look like input fields. Okay, but look. Okay, so let's see why not. So if we go to localhost, if we look at our URL, when we clicked, okay, let's go back to post. So as you can see, when we click on post, okay, it's not taking us to update post. Okay, it's taking us to just post. So it's taking us just as we were reading the post. But we need, when we click on post snippet and we click on edit, we need this link to take us to update post. So let's just refresh. Sometimes it's just a simple fix. Let's refresh our page and let's see if those changes take effect. So if we go over here, now if we look at the URL down here, okay, let's look down here, bottom left, we see that now the changes have taken effect. So all it was, we needed to refresh the page. The server hadn't updated. So now let's go ahead and click edit. Okay, looks like we're getting an error. Let's read what our error is. And this is, again, this is why it's important to check your work as you know, one step at a time. Otherwise, you know, you might not catch everything that's happening. So let's go here and see where our error is. So this is the actual error, uncaught reference error. Use effect is not defined. So in update post, we are using this function called use effect, okay? But over here in React, we actually haven't imported, so we haven't declared it. So let's go ahead and just declare that, use effect, and let's see if that solves the issue. Looks like we still have an error. Let's see here. Able for current update post component. On create post is not defined. On create post. So again, read the errors, and the errors kind of will tell you where the you know, what it is that we've done wrong. Okay, so again, debugging is so important. So let's just click over here on index.js 83, and it should take us to the part of the code where it's going on. So if we're on update post, it says on create post. right? So we have this unedit post, but over here on the input, when we click on the button, we never change the onClick event, right? So onClick, it says on, when you click on this, trigger this function called onCreatePost. But the thing is, we don't have a function in the update component called onCreatePost. We have that on the create post, but in the update post, we have a function called onEditPost. So that's the function that we want to trigger. Okay, so not this one. Okay, we want to trigger onEditPost because we are in the update. We are on the update post component. Okay, so let's see that solves it. And there you go. So now we have. Let's go back to post. Okay, we have the edit button. Okay, the edit button actually takes us to the post that we want to edit, and we have our input fields and our and everything kind of works as we expected. Now we actually have to update this component and see if the changes reflect in the database, and then back when we go to post, we also want to see that those changes took effect. So let's go ahead and edit the title because it'll be the easiest changes, easiest thing to notice. So let's go ahead and update post. When we click over here, this is where most of it is going to happen. Okay, so we want the post reference to be, instead of DB collections post, we want to update a specific document. So let's go doc, and then we're going to say props.id. Okay, and let's make sure that that is what we're getting from our props, which it should be since we have it over here in the URL. So props.id. Okay, that's what we're going to be using to, and let's see, use effect, yeah, props.id. So in the post ref, remember, we're going to go to the collection of posts. Then we're going to say, hey, within that collection, I want access to this document, okay, with this ID, okay. Then once we have that, then the next thing we want to do is say, okay, now that we have all the changes that we have made. So at this point, let's say we change this to changes made title. Okay, so the title at this point should have changed. Okay, and we can check that. Let's comment this out and let's console log the payload. Okay, just to make sure that what we're actually saving to the database is what we want. So let's change this. Changed title. Change title. So let's edit post, and we should see here that the title does show up this as the one we wrote, right? So if we look over here in title in that object of our payload, it says change title for the title, and that's exactly what we had. Whereas before, if we refresh over here, we haven't updated database yet, so it should just show us back what we have in our database at this moment, which is second post title. So we want second post title. The next time, once we update it, instead of showing second post title, we wanted to show the title that we're going to change right now. Okay, so far so good. Okay, then we're going to say, hey, post ref, instead of adding something, okay, and again, whenever you have one of the things, that's why you want to get familiar with documentation of the libraries that you're using. But if we go to Firestore, it tells us how do we want to actually how is this done. So all we have to do is, once we have the reference of the document, all we have to do is say update, and then we can just update the value that we want to update. Okay, and that should update that value. So we're going to say, so we have the payload and the content. We're going to say, instead of add, we're going to say update, and then we're going to pass our payload, and then we're going to document successfully updated. Okay, and then we want to set it back to not empty, actually, because we are in the update. So we're not in the create post component. So we don't want to actually get it back to empty. We want that to stay, the way we changed it. But what we want to do is we want to take our users back to maybe the navigate back to post, and then let's see if that change takes effect. So now that we have all that, Now let's go ahead and actually make the change. So changed title. Okay, and then let's go ahead and click edit post. Okay, and now if we go to edit post, if you see our first post over here, what does it say? Change title. So that's the one that we just, and then if we go ahead read full article, we see that change title does take effect. Okay, if we go to our database, let's see if we can find it. Change title over here. Okay, we've updated that document, and now our blog. Not just can we create posts, okay, but also if we go to posts, we can go ahead and edit them, and this actually leads us, okay, into the next section of our blog, which is you don't just want anyone creating posts, and you don't just want anyone editing posts. So who would you want, okay, editing and creating posts? Well, someone who has maybe access and admin access, okay? So the next things we're going to do is we're going to deal with authentication, okay, and creating a login screen, a logout screen, and a sign up screen, okay, so that our blog posts and only admins can create a post and edit posts, but readers can read posts. Okay, so let's get into that. Okay, so now we have our posts and everything is working fine. We can update them, we can create them, we can read them, we can show them. Okay, but like I said, now everyone can kind of edit our posts, and that's not a good thing. Okay, so if you are not so the next step really is let's put a little bit of protection in our blog so that only authorized users, okay, only when you create an account, can you actually go ahead and create a post and edit the post. Otherwise, if you're a user, you can read the post, but you shouldn't be able to edit and update them. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And once again, we are going to use Firebase. So Firebase has another service called authentication. So again, one of the reasons why I wanted to show you, Firebase is because they have all these services that make it really easy for us to create apps quickly. Okay, and in development, at least when you're developing and you're creating new products, the first one of the most important thing that trips everybody up is that it takes forever just to create the application. And that's why with React and Firebase and everything we're learning in this course, you should be able to go from beginning to end, from not having an app to knowing how to create it, to knowing how to work with the database, to host it, to authenticate the app, all this, okay? So the next thing, let's get into authentication. And then that way we're going to be able to protect our app, okay? Create login, signups, and after we have that, then only those that are logged in or signed up will be able to go ahead and create posts and edit posts. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we're going to go to authentication. Okay, and we're going to, let's see here. So we are going to go to sign in method. Okay, and in sign in method, there's, you can tell here, you can have people sign up through Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, Yahoo, Microsoft, and they're constantly adding new ones, even through Game Center or Play Games. So phone, whatever, so however your app actually works, pick the best authentication route for you, or authentication usage. You can have more than one. That's completely fine. Some people use email password plus Facebook, or some people use a combination of these. So let's go ahead, and for now all we're going to use is email and password. So let's go ahead and edit this. Let's enable it, and let's save it. Okay, that's pretty much all that's necessary at this point. Okay, so let's go to usage. Actually, let's go to users. Okay, and see, right now we don't have we don't really have anything. So let's go ahead and let's go to React, and then let's clean this up a bit. Okay, and then let's create a new component, and then this component is going to be called signup.jsx. Okay, perfect. So let's import React from React. Let's go const sign up. Okay, props, and let's export default sign up. Perfect. Let's create the container. So let's create a div, class name. We're going to say sign up container. Okay, and let's go ahead and just say this is a sign up, just to see if we're on the right track here. So let's do the same thing we did before. Okay, we're gonna make, since we're working on it now, it'll be just easier this way. So we're gonna say sign up, path, sign up, but let's make it the default route. Okay, for now. Okay, and let's make sure we declare it. Import sign up from. Actually, we already imported it. That's perfect. So don't need to do that twice. Okay, and let's see if we're in the sign up page. Okay, let's refresh this. And again, we haven't done anything yet. We just want to make sure we are in the sign up. So it looks like we are okay. An app sign up. Okay, yeah. Remember, since we added a new component, we have to restart our server. Okay, don't forget that. Okay, now that it's built, let's refresh our server. And, okay, we're still in post. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, okay, well, in our routes, we are in the post route. So let's go to the default route. Okay, let's see what error we have here. So it looks like, so nothing was returned from the render. Let's go to sign up. And I think the issue is we don't have a return statement. So remember, every function must return something. Okay, so now that we have that, there we go. Okay, so we have our sign up component and it's all working. Let's go to post, and just because it's nice and consistent to have this throughout the application, since we've been using it, let's import that page header, and let's just copy it. Okay, and again, this, like I said, this is a code smell, because as you can see, we've now probably copied this 3 times. So like one thing that would be good for us to do would be to refactor this component into its own component, and then probably all we would have to do is pass title along. Okay, and once we pass the title, it'll just kind of update. But for now, this is fine. Just something to keep in mind. It would be good to refactor this into its own component and just pass it the title as a prop, and have it render dynamically. Okay, but let's make this title be sign up. Okay, and maybe that's something we'll do in a little bit. So okay, so this is a sign up container. So the first thing we need to do is we're going to, very similar to what we did for create posts in a way. Okay, let's copy some of this stuff. So let's do create a div. Okay, and we're gonna call this div class name sign up container inputs. Perfect. So in create post over here, we have a great little post input container. So we have a great little input container that we've already created that we can probably copy. So let's call this, so remember, what we're gonna use to sign up our users is email and password. So let's call this email, and then for our email, let's just remove this for now, and let's put a placeholder email, and let's see how that looks. Now, of course, we're gonna have an issue because we actually have not inputted. Okay, we haven't declared that we haven't declared the input component from Ant. So that's the first thing we need to do. So we have email. Perfect. For the sign up container component, let's style it, and let's have a margin top of 20 pixels. Okay. There we go. Okay, that looks nicer. So we got email, and then what's the other thing we need? The other thing we need is password. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. again, pretty similar. So it's password instead. And then over here, let's put password. So there we go. We have email, password, and just a create post. We have over here a button of how we want this to look like. So let's just sign up. And then we have to input that button, okay, into our component so that it does render. So let's see where it still says, okay, so yeah, our button has so on click, okay, let's just leave this for now, and then we will set it up again now. So there you go. That's pretty much it, right? To create our sign up page, that's kind of all we need. Another thing I usually like to do is if they already have an account, okay, then what we need them to do is to sign in. Okay, so it will be nice. It's within our right here within our post input button. Let's just set this up now, and we'll use it later. But let's create a div over here, okay, and let's put this button within the div, and I'll show you why now. So over here, what we want to do is we want to create an href, okay, that for the moment it doesn't go anywhere, but what it does is let's put already have an account, and then we're gonna do sign in. Okay, so we'll do that later, but now what we want to do is we want to style this div, and then we're gonna float this to the left. Okay, let's see over here, and then post input button. So let's change this. Let's see if we have any. Let's go to our index and let's see. Yeah, so that's floated right. Okay, so instead of doing that, what we want to do is the button, and then let's go to sign up. So we want this class name. Let's just put it for the button. That's fine. So we want this to be floated right still, but what we want is this div to be floated left, and then this div over here, let's make it the width of 100%. And let's see if that, so there we go, right? So on the left, we have already have an account, sign in. If you don't, then just create an account and sign up over here. Okay, so that's a great way. Let's go ahead and, even though we're not gonna use it yet, let's go ahead and create the sign in account, which is the sign in component, which will look very similar to this, even though it'll act a little bit different. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So same thing. So let's go to components, not new folder. Let's go to new file, and then we'll call it sign in.jsx. Okay, and let's just copy, okay, most of the sign up. Okay, and then let's see what would change, what we need to change in a little bit, but just call this sign in. This will be sign in. Again, to sign in, you'll need the same information that you'll need to create an account, except this time, instead of actually creating the account, you'll be, signing in. And then over here, sign in. Let's see, already have an account already. Yeah, so we don't need, if you're signed in, what we're gonna say is don't have an account, sign up. Okay, and we'll sign up. Okay, and now we want to go back to app, and we want to say, hey, this will be the sign in button. Okay, and the path will be sign in. This will be the default path. So that's that should be, yeah, that should be good. And let's see here, what are we getting an error for? Okay, so yeah, let's import that. Let's declare that component up here, sign in, and then that's sign in. Reference error sign up is not defined. Okay, that should probably be in our sign in component. Let's see, sign up. Let's see where we have that. So that says uncover referencer sign up is not defined. Sign up. Okay, it's right here. So remember, we have to export sign in, not sign up once we're in the sign in component. And that's sign in, but if we go to sign, let's see what we save the route as, sign in. So if we go to sign in, then we should see that the sign in view, okay, which again does look very similar, but you know, some glaring differences are the signing button over here and then don't have an account sign up, right? Whereas if we go to our sign up component, okay, the header says sign up. Yes, the input form looks pretty much the same, but it says already have an account, sign in, and then it actually says the button is to sign up. So there we go. We have the sign in view and we have the sign up component. Now all we have to do is actually create the user. Okay, so let's go first to sign up, and then let's go to Firebase. Okay, and then let's check out how to Firebase auth. So let's go to auth, authentication, sign up. So let's read the documentation. Okay, let's read it really quick. We're gonna use sign in with email and password. So let's go to that. We don't actually want to read. Let's see here. 1090. Okay, so there we go. Okay. So let's act in the sign up page. Let's go ahead and clean this up. In the sign up page, what are we gonna need? So we're gonna need two variables. So let's go ahead and import use state. Okay, and then let's create these two variables. One is called const. One will be the email, and then we're going to set email. Okay, and then we're going to say use state. At first, it's going to start with empty string, and then the other one's going to be password, and then we're going to say set password. Now, one thing I want you to recognize is that when we write our password right here, see, anyone can see this, okay, and that's not a good thing, okay. But if we go into if we go right here into ant, and then we go to data entry and we go to input, we have a password box, okay, and this is kind of how we want that input to look like. So all we have to do is we just have to put input.password to make that a password input. So let's go to sign up. And let's do that before anything else, okay? Input.password, and then in sign in, we're also going to do input.password. And now, when we go back to our app, once we actually type in our password, okay, it won't actually show up. The email does show up, so that's fine. But the password, okay, that's, that should be private. So there you go. And again, Ant provides all this for us, so it makes it really easy. We don't have to do much work besides that. All right, so now let's go ahead and read the documentation. So pretty much, once we have the email and password, all we have to do is firebase.auth, the sign in with email and password, and then we pass in the email and the password, and then we pretty much get a success or error callback. So because if you remember when we set up our Firebase our Firebase configuration, we created these two other variables, and one of them that we created was this auth variable because I knew we were going to do this in a little bit later. So now we already have this set up, and all it took is firebase.auth, and now we have this auth variable that we can use anywhere in our application. So let's actually do that. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to do the same things very similar to what we did when we were creating a post. So we're going to say on change, okay, and what are we going to say here? On email change. Okay, so that's the function that we want to get triggered when and let's just make sure we're in the correct component. Otherwise, none of this will work. Okay, so let's go here, and we want to say on change, and then we're going to say on change. That's the function that we want to update. So we're going to say const on email change. Okay, we're going to get an event, a change event, and then we're going to say set email, and then we're going to set the email to event.target.value. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for password. On password change, we're going to get an event change, okay, an event trigger, and then we're going to say set, instead of set email, we're going to do set password. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to say const on sign up. Okay. And for now, let's just say console log sign up, and then we're going to say, let's see if we can console log our email and our password, just so that we know that we're getting the right information. Now this one actually show up in our production application, but as we're developing, just so we know we're doing it correctly. So let's just do test gmail.com, and then let's do testing as a password. Sign up. Oh, okay, so on our button, we actually have to wire that up. So we're gonna say on click. Okay, on click, we want to trigger the on sign up event. Okay, perfect. What did I say here? On handle public on click. Yep. Did I put that correctly? On click. So there we go. So now when we go test gmail.com, and then we're gonna go testing. Okay, it doesn't show up, but once we have the password, we see that we have sign up being test@gmail.com, and it's actually showing us that we haven't wired this up either. So let's wire it up, the on change for the password, on change, on password change. So let's try that again, test@gmail.com, and then testing, and then sign up. And now we have testing or test@gmail.com, which is what we wrote. And although it doesn't show up here, we know what we wrote was testing, so that is correct. So we have the two pieces of information that we need now, okay, in order to actually go ahead and authenticate our user and create a user in our for our blog. So what we got to do is we got to import that auth variable from Firebase. So because it's not the default, remember when something's on the default, if we go back to Firebase, okay, our configuration, the default variable that we exported was called DB. So that one, if we were to import DB, all we have to do is import DB from Firebase and we'll be fine. But the thing is that this is not the actual, all these other things that we imported, these two other ones, they're not defaults, right? So when something's not default, the only difference that we have to do is we have to wrap it in brackets, and then we can say, hey, get that from auth. Okay, from the Firebase exports that you guys exported when we created that file, I want to grab the auth variable. Okay, so and again, we could have named it anything, but whatever you name it here, okay, since we named it auth, make sure you use that same name. Okay, so that's all. Okay, so now we're gonna say, if we go back to documentation, what is the comment? Let's just copy the documentation so we don't make any mistakes. So the documentation says firebase.auth sign in. So this is a sign in actually. So what we want to do is sign up. So let's agree we can get that. It's very similar, but we want to do sign up. Okay, so Firebase sign up with email and password. Let's go over here, password authentication. So here we go. So let's remove this. We'll use that later for the sign in, but for the, now remember, since we already have this firebase.auth, let's just use the auth, okay, variable that we brought in. And then the function that we need to use is auth.createUser with email and password, pass in the email, which we have here, pass in the password, which we have here, and we've already stored it in variables. Then if anything happens, so for whatever reason they weren't able to sign up, let's just console log that out. Console log error in sign up. Okay. Let's see if there's an actual callback, so that when we actually sign them in or create the sign up. Okay, we'll do this over there in the app section, and I'll show you once an actual user sign up, what is it that we want to do, and how do we display different things based on whether users sign up or not. So let's just make sure that we can sign them up first. So auth the create user with email and password, and because we already know we have this set up correctly, let's just go ahead and test this out. Okay, so let's go ahead, and if we go to Firebase, okay, authentication users, we can see that we don't have any users as of right now. So there's no one that has signed up for our application. There are no admins, okay? So let's go ahead and change that. We're gonna go test@gmail.com, and then we're gonna go testing, okay? And then we're gonna sign up. Perfect. Now let's refresh Firebase, and let's see if we have any new users. Okay, and there we go. So now when we go to users in our authentication in Firebase, we actually see that we have that test user, okay, that we created, when it was created, when they last signed in, and their user ID. Okay, so this is all we needed to do. Okay, so now we have our first user signed up. Okay, so now what's the next thing we need to do? Okay, so let's do one more thing actually, which we've done before, but once they do sign up, we want to say, hey, set the email back to blank. Okay, so let's just clear the fields so that it doesn't stay with that information there. Set password as well back to blank. Okay, so so there you go. And let's try to do something. Let's try to sign up another user with the same email, and let's see if so as you can see, it says error in sign up. So Firebase actually not just signs up our users and authenticates them, it actually checks that there is nobody else with that same email that has signed up before. So we won't have to create any form of, validation or anything like that. Firebase takes care of all this for us, and that is a huge, huge, huge win. If you've ever dealt with, validations and things like that, it's a huge pain in the ass, to be honest with you. And yeah, so Firebase does all this for us, and we don't have to worry about it. So there you go. Now we know that that's also working. Okay. So if there is an error, also what we want to do, okay, is not just show the error, but let's also reset the field. So let's try it again. gmail.com, and let's call it testing, and then let's go sign up. So it's going to take a little bit. It's going to say, hey, there's an error in the sign up, and it did not clear our, let's see here. Did we do something wrong? Set email, boom, boom, set the password. Let's just try it this way. Let's do set email. We can also pass a function to this, and let's just set it to that. And then let's do password. So whatever the password was, we're saying, okay, we know there might have been a password there. We want to set it to, we want to reset those fields. Okay, so we're going to say test@gmail.com, and then we're going to say testing, sign up. It's never good just to leave these things just the way they were, even though that's, not a big deal for now. And for the user experience, that's not something that, that we want to leave. So we'll put that, and this is what's called technical debt. So if you're working on a team, what you usually would do is you will create something along the lines of something like this, and then you would say note, and you say need to clear fields if there was an error. Okay, and then just leave that there, and then someone knows that, whoever comes, and if you're working in a team, they'll see this, and then they'll be like, okay, need to clear fields if there was an error. So if that's obviously not there, So then this is a good way to communicate between, you and your team, and then let them know, hey, you know what, this is technical debt. This is something that has not been done yet, but it's something we need to do. Okay, so let's just leave that there for now, and then that leaves a comment for us to remember, and we'll come back to it later. But for now, okay, we've gone ahead. We have created a user. We know we cannot actually create two users with the same email, so we've already dealt with validation and sign up, and now let's try to sign in a user. Okay, so that's the next step. So let's go back to app, and in app, let's make the default, okay, the sign-in page. Okay, and now that we're in the sign-in page, let's see what it is that we have to do to sign in. So let's go to sign in. And again, very similar to the sign up, let's copy these because we will have the email, the password, and an email change and on password change. So those things won't actually change because we do have an email. And then let's put on change. Let's trigger that same function. Okay. And then for the password, same thing, on change. And then we're going to trigger on password change. Okay. This way, whenever we are changing the password, it actually gets saved to our variables here, so we can use them later when we are about to const on sign in. Okay. And this is the function that will get triggered right over here. Okay, so let's go to the button, and when someone clicks this, we want to say on sign in. Okay, and just like before, let's just check console log email password. Okay, and let's make sure that when someone so let's bring in from React, use state, and use state has to be wrapped in brackets. And now we know why. The reason why it's wrapped in brackets because it's not the default. So the default React object that comes with the library is just the object React, but use state is one of the things that they also allow us to export and import, but we have to wrap it in brackets because it's not the default. So let's go back, and then let's go test@gmail.com, and then testing, and then sign in. And we see that we have the email and we also have the password. So we have all the information we need to actually go ahead and sign in the user. So let's go back. Okay. And if you remember, we went to this. We had this information before. Okay. And again, this is in the documentation. So let's see what it is that we need to sign in the user. Okay. And it's right over here. We're going to say, now, again, let's import auth, okay, from, which we created before, from Firebase. Okay, so now we have our auth. So we don't need to do, again, firebase.auth because we already had that, and we've already exported it. So all we need is auth. And then we are going to say, hey, auth, sign in with email and password. We're going to pass in the email. We're going to pass in the password and function, and we're going to say, that's console log user, okay, user signed in, and then if there's an error, let's console log there was an error signing in, and let's also console log if there's an error what the error was. Okay, and Firebase actually gives us this error as a in their catch function, so we can just go ahead and print it out to the log if there is an error. Okay, so let's let's give it a try. So we're gonna say test gmail.com, and then we're gonna say testing, and then we're gonna go sign in, and let's see what log we get down here. Use signed in. So apparently I put use instead of user, but so apparently we have the user signed in. But again, now our question is, how do we know this? Okay, like Like what lets us know that someone signed in, and what can we do now that we have them sign in? Let's take a moment to clear those fields again, although they got cleared already. It's always good practice to do it yourself. So now that we have this user signed in and signed up and everything, what can we do with this? Okay, because remember, if you remember what the whole point was, is that we want everyone essentially to be able to read our articles, correct? But we don't want everyone to be able to create a post, and we certainly don't want everyone to be able to edit a post. Okay, who do we want to be able to edit and create posts? Only only a user that is signed in. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so one of the things we're going to use is we're going to use another of the Firebase auth functions, and that function, let's go to app, okay, and in app, what we want to do is let's think about this, okay. So we want to say when someone is signed in, okay, and they go to a post, we want to pass a property if they're in the post section, okay, that lets us know if they're signed in or not. Okay, so let's go ahead and over here in app, let's go ahead and create a use state. Okay, so we're gonna set some state over here in the app. And again, the app, if you remember, this is the top most component. So from the app, we can pass any information down to any of the child. Okay, so remember, information floats down in React. And there are other use cases where we can use Redux or app contacts. I love all those things, but since we're using Firebase, there's so very little use for us to use any of those state management tools that in many ways makes our applications complicated. So one of my big philosophies is if you can keep your application simple, then it'll be easier to maintain, it'll be easier to work with the team. But again, it's always good to understand how context works, how Redux works, and how all these other state management tools that are part of the React ecosystem also are available to you, and you can use them. But for now, let's go this way, and if we need to use Redux or context for anything else, we'll go over those concepts in a little bit. So for now, let's create a const, and let's call it user, and let's call set user. Okay, and we're gonna say use state, and we're gonna say this is actually, instead of a empty string or an empty array, we're gonna say false. So initially, what we're saying is the user, okay, there is no user. Okay, it's false. Okay, so this is false. Only when the user is signed in are we going to change this from false to true. Okay, so let's see, how do we do that? Okay, how do we do that? So over here, Firebase has an OAuth state change function. So let's use that. Okay, let's use that. So let's bring in Firebase import auth from Firebase. Okay, and now we're gonna say, remember, since we're importing that already, all we have to do is auth on Firebase on auth state change. So once a person signs in, Firebase will handle this for us, and then Firebase will know, hey, someone signed in, and an event will get triggered that lets us know, hey, there is actually someone signed in already. Okay, let's just console out the user if they're signed in, and let's console out no user is signed in. Perfect. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and as we can see here, okay, so let's just make sure we're in the right place. User is signed in. Perfect. So because we already signed in, okay, we can see that Firebase returns an object to us that gives us the user, and we can know that's that user because if we look in that object, okay, if we open it up, that object has right over here an email property, And that email property is the exact same one we use, okay, test@gmail.com. And if we go back to our Firebase console, we can see that that is the user that we signed in with. So that user is actually signed in right now, okay? So that's perfect. So now that we are signed in, let's actually, okay, let's see if we can sign out. So that's the next thing, okay? So now we're signed in and we can tell when someone is signed in, okay? So we have this function, but before we do that, let's also do something and let's set the user, okay? Let's set it to user, okay? So now our variable over here, instead of saying false, it'll actually say user, okay? And it'll be that whole object. And we're gonna use that later so that we can display certain information or allow certain information, sort of like editing or creating posts only to users that are signed in. All right. So now we've set the user. We know when they're signed in and when they're not. So let's do one more thing and let's actually allow someone to sign out. Okay. So, now they're signed in and that's great. But, how do they sign out? Let's go to navigation. And in navigation, okay, let's go into the menu. Okay. And let's see, let's just add another item to our navigation. And if you remember, our navigation was right here actually. So let's put, instead of create post, let's put sign out. Okay. And what we're going to do here is, instead of menu, this is a create post. This item is post. And then these are the keys that React uses to, again, remember, to optimize the way they render. And then this will be the sign out. But over here, let's style this. And let's style it so that it's floated right. Let's see how that looks. So great. Now, again, we don't actually want it to be a link or anything. What we want it to be, essentially, is it's let's make it a link, but let's make it a link that doesn't actually do anything. Let's just create it. See if we can create it. Let's make it a p tag, and let's not have it go anywhere because it actually doesn't do anything other than just sign the user out. Okay, and what we want to do is let's see here. We want to say, hey, on click, let's do on sign out. Okay, so on click, we're going to trigger an event, and that event is going to be called const on sign out. Okay, if I can write today. Okay, and then let's console log signing out. Okay, so let's click it and see if that's what we get. So perfect. So now when someone clicks this, we are we're getting the signing out button. Now I don't know if we actually want it to be a menu item or if we can just get away with making it something much simpler. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's make it a name. So it's still a link, okay, but we don't want it to be a menu item. And simply because the reason why I don't want to make it a menu item, okay, I don't know if you noticed, but the menu items have this nice little effect. So when you click over them, okay, it kind of shows you, hey, this is kind of where we're going, right? So if we create post, and that underline, that border stays there, and it's a really nice effect. Whereas for sign out, we want it to be a link. Okay, but we don't necessarily want this nice effect because it's not going to take us anywhere. Okay, it's just going to sign us out. Okay, so that's and once we sign out, then the view should change, and that's what will allow us to know that we're signed out. but it's not like it's taking us anywhere like this does, right? So it's not an actual link that takes us somewhere. It's mainly just it's mainly just going to perform a sign out function. Okay, and that's all we have to do. So on click, we're going to trigger this function, and if we go back to Firebase, okay, then over here we have what we want to use. So we're gonna say auth, and it's a simple function again. It's called sign out, and then we're gonna say console log user success, user signed out. Let's just put that. Okay, and let's do that. Let's go back to the main page, and in the main page we still have, let's go to the app, and I still want to make sure that we are console logging the user, because once we sign out, I want to make sure that that doesn't show up, right? Because that will allow us to know, hey, you know, that you're signed out. So we're in the, let's go to the post. Okay, and all our posts are showing, and now we're going to click sign out. No user signed in, no user signed in, and user signed out. So that's a good sign. So let's now refresh. And it should still tell us no user is signed in. Okay, now let's really prove that. Okay, let's try to sign in now. Okay, so let's try to go to sign in. So let's do something actually in the nav. Okay, in our navigation, we're gonna do something here. Okay, so we're gonna create a we're going to render, okay, a sign out button if someone is signed in. But if someone is signed out, then what we want them to do is to be able to sign in. Okay, so let's do that. So how do we do that? Remember the state we set here, that user is set to false. Okay, so what we have to say is the following. Okay, if user, and then we're gonna negate it. So we're saying we're gonna put a bang before the user. So if we're saying, hey, if this is, so if all we do is this, then it tells us if there is a user. But if we put a bang before this user, it says if there is no user. So if it is false, okay, if it's false, what we want to happen is that we want to actually sign them in. So we want to show a link in this case, okay, and this link is going to, where is it going to go to? It's going to go to our sign in page. There we go. Okay, and it's going to say sign in. But if they're signed in, okay, then we want it to say sign out, and we want to display this. Now the difference, what we're using here is called a ternary operator. So a ternary operator kind of works this way. So we first set a condition, and if the condition's met, we show this. Okay, this is what will happen. If the condition is not met, then this is what will happen. So the condition is, if there is no user, then show the sign in button. If there is a user, then show the sign out button. And it's that simple. Okay. All right. So let's see if that works. So right now, no user is signed in. And what do we see? We see the sign in button. Okay. So let's sign in. Okay. And once we click it, it takes us to the sign in page. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay. And then sign in. Okay, took a little bit, but now what do we see? We see the sign out button, okay, shows up, and if we go to post, again, we see the sign out button. So now we definitely know that someone is signed in, right? So, and that's great, that's fantastic. So now we're rendering the sign in or sign out button based on a state, right? So whether someone signed in or someone signed out, we're rendering different views. to the user. And that's the exact same trick and that we're going to use, okay, right now in order to allow people to edit or create posts. So let's do that. Okay, so let's go to our post page. Let's see if it's in our post or post snippet. Let's go to our post snippet. And then what do we want to do? We want, again, we need to have the ability to know if someone signed in or signed out. Okay, and if someone signed in, they should be able to edit the post. But if someone is not signed in, then they should not be able to edit the post. And for navigation, if someone is signed in, then they should be able to create a post. If someone is not signed in, then they should not be able to create a post. So we're going to do this same thing over here. So let's do that again. Okay. So we're going to open these brackets and we're going to say user. So if there is no user signed in, and this is just for organizational purposes, what do we want to do? If there is no user signed in, then actually this will be different. So we actually don't have two conditions that we want to meet. So since we don't have two conditions, all we want to check if there is a user signed in, and only then, if there is a user signed in, and the way to do this, if you only have one condition that needs to be met, you put double and signs in React, okay? So the condition is, only if there's a user signed in, do we want this link to show up. Otherwise, we don't want it to show up. So at this point, we do have a user sign in, but let's go ahead and sign out and see what happens. Okay, so no user is signed in, okay? We should not be able to see this post. So let's see what happens. Okay, so here's what happens. So once someone signs out, what we have to do is, because remember, since someone was signed in, we change the state of the user. So once someone signed out, that state is still how we left it, okay? So what we have to do when someone signs out, we have to change the state again and update it. So we're gonna set user, and we're gonna set the user to what? To false. Perfect. So since there is no user signed in, right now the state of the user, it's false. Okay, so we don't see that no one, they can't create a post. Okay, so that's perfect. So let's sign in, and then let's see if that changes. Test, what was it? test@gmail.com, and then let's go to testing. Let's sign in. Okay, there we go. Immediately we see that create post shows up, and if we go to post now, we have the sign out, we have the create post, and then we have one more thing to do, which is do the same thing for this edit button over here. So let's go to post snippet. But before we go to post snippet, remember, we need this ability to know when the user is signed in or when the user is signed out, okay? So the way we do that is in post, okay? So we have to remember what is the parent of post snippet. So if we go to post snippet, what renders that? So if we go to post, okay, the post snippet gets rendered from the post component. So it is from the post component that we need to pass that property of the user to the actual post snippet component. Okay, so we have to go from app, and in app we're gonna pass a property, and the property is gonna be let's see, what do we want the property to be? We want the property to be user, and then we're going to send that user along. And then once we're in post, let's go ahead and let's just check out console log. What are the props? Okay, let's just check out what are the props that we're getting once we're there. And let's make sure we are in the post component. Console the log in the post component. Okay, so okay, over here we're in the post component, and if we go to, let's see, if we go to location, and then we go to, let's see, anywhere here we can see the user, okay, which we are signed in, so we should be able to see the user. And let's make sure we're sending it in the correct to the correct. So okay, so I put it in post. It actually should be in post. So again, I was like, that's a little weird. So yeah, just make sure, because an error like that will be very hard to catch, okay? Because there is really no error, but except that we're not seeing. So that's why it's important to learn how to console log and debug through console log. So now once we go to post, okay, what we have here, we do have that user, okay? There we go. So props dot user, and it's there in the post component. So now that we have user, once we open that up, we can go to email, and we know that it's not false. Now, if we were not signed in, then that user property would actually say false. So now that we passed that into post, let's go to post. And in post, we have now the code snippet. Okay, so in the post snippet is actually where we're actually allowing someone to edit the post or not edit the post. Okay, so here we want to pass the user along as well. So let's go ahead and put the user property here. Okay, and then we're going to go props.user. Okay, perfect. And now all we have to do is go to post snippet. And once we're in post snippet, we are going to do the same thing for edit. Okay, so let's check here. So how do we do this? We're going to open brackets, and then we're going to say user. And so we only know that only if the user is signed in, it won't be false. If the user is signed out, then that will be false. So then that edit button should not show up. And let's check that that is true. What's the error? Okay, so there is no user, so we have to access users through props, remember, okay? So now we're signed in, we can see the create post, we can see the edit post, okay? We can go and edit, okay, and everything is working fine. We can go and create and everything is working fine. But let's go ahead and sign out. Now, when we sign out, we don't see the create post, okay? We can still read the full article, okay? But we cannot edit or create articles, okay? Unless we are signed in. So let's sign in, okay? And then once we're signed in, then we can go over here. We can go back to post. We can edit the post, okay? And we can create the post. Okay, so perfect. Now we have authentication. We have the ability, okay, to not just authenticate, but authorize who's able to create posts and edit posts based on whether they're signed in or signed out. We have also, okay, shown and used the flow of information on React to pass information from parent to child, okay, and from child all the way to where we need it for that information to be used, okay? And again, all this has been very simple, okay, as you can tell, and we have pretty much at this point a full-blown app with authorization, okay, authentication, editing capabilities, updating capabilities. We're gathering data from the API. We are fetching it. We're displaying it. We're updating it. So at this point, you've pretty much created a full-blown app that most people, that just a few hours ago, you wouldn't have known how to do. So this has been great progress. Okay, so let's continue on, and you should take a moment and take it all in. Okay, so go over the course at this point if you need to. I think this is a good breaking point. And then just review everything that we've done so far, so that you can get it into your brain, and it really solidifies everything we've done. But again, everything we've done up to this point shouldn't be something that feels overwhelming. We have used all the right libraries, and I think the last thing we need to do now is actually host this application. And once it's hosted, it'll be online, and then we can show it to our friends, to our families, and pretty much to anyone that we want. And that's what we're gonna get into next. Okay, so before we actually go and host our application to the web, let's do a few other things that I think are important as well. So although we can create a post and we can edit a post, sometimes we're gonna want to delete a post. Okay, but besides that, now that we have authentication, you might have, let's say you are someone who's creating a blog platform, something like WordPress, or you're trying to create something like Shopify or any other platform, right? So the idea is that you're going to have many people with many accounts and with many blogs. So although right now we have a very nice looking blog, and we can definitely do things to improve it. The thing is that, you know, it only has one user, and at the same time, we really can also delete a post. And let's learn how to do that first, and then once we have that set up, then we can actually go ahead and I think it'll be a good time to post it online. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the first thing, which is delete a post. Let's see how to do that, which again, you know, just leaning on Firebase and everything that this great service provides for us will make it very easy and painless. So let's go to post snippet. Okay, and then post snippet again. We kind of want to do the same thing over here, right? So we don't want. So let's because we already know we want to create only a person should only be able to delete a post if, what do you think? If they're signed in, correct? Okay, so same thing as before. Only if we have a user, okay, do we want that to that person to be able to delete a post. So we have edit, and then let's put delete after edit. And again, this is just a personal preference. You can do it however you want. Okay, and let's format this a little bit. Now, what do you think we're getting this error? Okay, we got this before. What do you think is happening? Okay, remember, we have two adjacent, okay, components, but we don't have a wrapper. So what do we need to do? Okay, we need to create a wrapper. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna create a div. We're gonna create those two components inside that div. Okay, and then let's call this, let's give it a class name. So it's good to give it a class name. We're gonna call this post post. Let's call this edit links, because in a way deleting is like editing. Okay, so let's just go with that. So let's see how this looks. So we have read full article, edit, delete. So the edit and delete, let's see here, the read full article one. Okay, what we want to do is we want to float left. Okay, and the reason for, let's see if this I'll show you why now. So we have read full article, and we have this link over here, read full left, and then let's style this to float. Let's try right. Let's see what that does for us. So there we go. Okay, so we floated this left, we floated this right. Now again, we kind of have it how we had it before. What we want to do now is the edit link. Okay, we want to do kind of this same thing over here, right? We want to give it a margin, so there's a little bit of spacing. So we're gonna go style, and then we're gonna go margin right, and that's gonna be, let's give it 15 pixels. And there we go. We have read, edit, delete. Now what we have to do is we actually have to make that delete button work. Okay. So again, the delete is very similar to the sign up. To the sign out. It doesn't actually take us anywhere. But what it does is it updates what our posts are. Okay. So let's see how we can do this. Okay. So let's go ahead, and we don't need to delete URL, but what we do need is a link. Okay. And what we're gonna do is an on-click event. So on-click we are going to say on delete post. That's the function that we want to trigger when we delete when we click the delete button. Okay, so const on delete post, we're going to create that and set, and let's just console log it and then set post being deleted. Okay, now one thing that we're gonna need to do, and we know this already, is we're gonna need to know which post to delete. Okay, and we know we have access to that because we are over here using it in the props.id of the post snippet, right? So we'll have access to that through the once we need to delete it. But just again, just something to keep in mind. Okay, you're gonna want to delete the correct post, not any post. Okay, so let's go ahead and click delete, and then okay, so we know that's working. So now let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing we need to do, and if we go again to the Firebase documentation, what do we need to do? We need to, we have our Firebase reference over here, okay? And then all we need to do is just call delete on it. And then it's that simple. So let's, first and foremost, let's import our database, okay? From Firebase. No, well, not from Firebase, from that document we created, our own document, Firebase. And then we're gonna say, let's create the document reference, okay? So we're gonna say let post ref equal db.collection, and what's the collection gonna be? A post, okay? And the doc ID is gonna be props.id, okay? So then we're gonna go post ref, okay? We're gonna go post ref, and then what do I have to do? We're just gonna have to delete, and that should do it for us. Okay. Now let's go to our application. And one thing I want to do before we do this, which is pretty cool. This is one of the coolest features of Firebase. Firebase is what we call a real-time database. So what does it mean, a real-time database? Whenever an event happens somewhere, so in any of the references, so whenever something, let's say, happens on this reference that we created here, so for example, when we delete a post and when we create a post, that's an event, right? That's something that happens that changed the database. So whenever something like that happens, we can actually get real-time updates, okay? And because we're using React, okay, and React has this ability to update also in real time. So because we're using a framework that's a real-time framework, and we're using a database that's a real-time database, this actually creates some really cool features that we can do that most other apps actually don't have, and people have to refresh, and there's all these things that we don't have to do. So let's see how that works. Okay, so let's go into post, and then let's see here. Instead of get, we're gonna do on snapshot. Okay, so we're gonna change it. We're not gonna do get. We're gonna do on snapshot. No, okay, on snapshot. Then we're gonna have a post, and then we're gonna say post, and then pretty much nothing else should change. And let's just make sure that that's correct. Okay, so all of our posts, everything looks the same. Okay, so we haven't done anything dramatic. Okay, but everything is being rendered. Okay, and all we change, okay, if you remember, all we change is on snapshot. So on snapshot, what it allows us to do, it allows us to subscribe to changes to this reference, okay, to this reference over here that we have, and this is the post reference. So whenever something happens in the post reference, like what we're about to do right now, which is delete a post, okay, we should see that this updates automatically. Okay, and let's just count for good measure. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 posts right now. Okay, we have 4 posts. So let's go ahead and do something crazy, and let's delete one. Okay. So here's what happened. If we refresh, we should see that it actually got deleted, but we need to actually do something else beforehand. So instead of 4, 1, 2, 3. So we do have 3. So it got deleted. Okay, so that's working. Okay, so that's working. But we need to do something over here. So because we are just concatenating, and if you remember what I said concatenating was, is that we're going to add to whatever the post is that we have for our kind of for our array, right? So to our post, we're just gonna keep adding. So even though we deleted once the snapshot happened and we get the new data, what happened then? Okay, so we got an extra. It looked to React like we got an extra 3 posts, and then it just added it to the other 4 posts that we had. Even though the new 3 are the ones that we actually want to keep, and we don't want to actually keep the other ones. Okay, so let's see how we can solve that. And there are a few ways to solve this. One of the ways is, let's see here. All right, so here we go. After a little bit of research, I've figured out a way that we can do this with async await, and not just do it, but do it the right way. So I was researching a few other things. So again, what we want to do is we want to do db collections post dot on snapshot. Now on the snapshot, okay, what we want to do before we just have posts, right? So now we want to add a keyword beforehand called async, okay? And this will allow us to do something, okay? So now, because we have async, we can treat the code, okay, as if it was there. So again, if you remember, what we're telling the computer is, hey, this might take a second, this might take a few milliseconds. We actually don't know how long this might take, but what we want is to treat our data as if it was available right now, okay? And the way we do this is we put this async keyword, okay, before the function over here, and then what we want to do is we want to put the await keyword, okay, on the call or the fetch call that we're doing on the network that might take a while. So this is the actual part that we're not sure of, right? So we're going to say async, and then we're going to say, hey, we actually want to wait till everything comes back from this call before we move on to anything else, okay? And I'll tell you the reason why now. So pretty much everything stays the same. All we're adding is an async over here and an await over here, and then we're gonna make this the post variable. So now we have posts, and actually let's put post data so we don't get this variable confused with this other variable that we have over here. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and now we pretty much have the same code that we had before. Okay, so we have post data, this, that, okay, and then this. So there we go. And we're just, again, this is pretty much the same code we had before. Nothing changed. Okay, we have data, and then we have the ID, the payload, and then we return the payload. And then what we want to do is, let's console log post data. And before we delete any of this, let's just leave it there in case we actually make an error. And here's what we get. We're getting back an array, okay? And the array has the same thing we had before, but now what's the difference, okay? Why did we go through all this? Because remember, we wanted to put the on snapshot, okay? The reason we wanted to do the on snapshot is because we want when the database updates, okay? And now that we have that, we can delete the rest. When the database updates, okay, we want not to concatenate the array, but we want to set the array completely brand new, okay? But we wanted to set it brand new with the new information without adding more information that was necessary, which was what was happening before when we deleted a post. So now what we can do is we can do set post, okay? And now what are we going to do? We're just going to set the post with the post data, because the post data is actually the same data as before, but now it's just the updated version of the database. So the database is going to update in real time, okay, for us. When it updates in real time, it's going to return to us just the data that we have. So if we deleted a post and let's say we had 4, it'll return back to us 3, okay? And then we'll get that data back. And once we get that data, then we're going to update the post variable over here, and then that should update our view in React. So let's see if all that works. Okay, so we have over here 3 posts. Okay, let's try to delete the one that says 4th post. Delete, and as you can see, our database updated in real time. In real time, we didn't have to do any refresh. Nothing got added. So now again, this is how we can get real time updates from the Firebase database. And once we do it with the async await functionality of JavaScript, and this allows us to also update our view in real time. So our database, now you know that one of the benefits of using the Firebase database, and really one of the things that drew me to it at the beginning, and why I started using it, is because I wanted to create applications that would update in real time. And this would create a much better user experience, and it really would create applications that no one or very few people were creating before. And with Firebase, it makes it very, very simple. Okay, just to subscribe to exactly the reference. You can subscribe to a specific collection. You can subscribe to a specific document, and then update your view as changes happen. So as we delete or we update, you can see that we don't need to do any refresh. We don't need to do any navigation rerouting. None of that. We can just update the view in place with the new data, and it all works. Okay, so that's that one section. Now again, what were we talking about before? We have the capability to sign in to our application. We have the capability to delete. We have the capability to create and update. Okay, that's perfect. But the thing is, okay, we still have one issue. The issue is we can't just let anyone update our blog. And let's say there are many blogs in our platform, okay, and there are many users that are admins, okay. So how do we deal with that issue, and how do we make sure that we only display blog posts that belong to one user, and that they can update their own blog posts, and it doesn't mess with anyone else's? Okay, so let's do that, and let's get into it. All right, so let's go back to app.js. Okay, so in app, this is where we're getting our user. And if we go to, let's open up our console. If we go to our user, let's see where this is coming from. Let's make sure we don't have any extra console logs. Let me refresh this. Okay, so there we go. So in app.js, when we get our user, okay, one of the things that it comes in this object that we can use is this UID. Okay, and we're going to use this UID for something special. This is what's going to allow us to recognize which user posted which post to which blog. So not just that we're going to check is the user signed in order to edit and create, but also once they're signed in, we want to make sure that we save the blog post to the correct user. Okay, and that we are showing the correct user's blog post. So imagine we had 10 users, which each their own blogs, and because they each have their own blogs, we want to show for each blog the correct blog post, not all the blog posts, which is what our app is doing right now. Okay, so our app, we're about to make it a little more robust. So we're gonna use, again, remember, if you go into the user object, okay, that we have from Firebase, we have this UID, and that's what we're going to do. So the UID is each individual users, once they sign in, Firebase will create a UID for them, and that's what we'll use. Okay, so remember, we're passing the props.user over to the post snippet, and let's go into the app, and also right here where we say create post, okay, one of the things that we want to pass over here as well is the user. Okay, and we're gonna pass the whole user object. Okay, so let's go into create post. Okay, and now we have to do one thing. So pretty much we want to create a post like we were before. Okay, but let's go ahead and console log the props here. Okay, and we should have if we go to create post now, we should have in the create post, okay, in the, let me see, let's refresh this just to make sure that got set correctly. Okay, so if we go to the create post, Okay, let's go to post and then create post. And then let's go to app for a second. Oh, again, I'm in update post. Let's go to create post. Oh, jeez, what's going on? All right, let's refresh this. So over here in create post, okay, one of the things we have is the user. Okay, at this moment it says false. So let's go back to post. Okay, and create post. And what we should see, okay, is if we're signed in, we have the user object. Okay, all right, and then we have access to the UID. So let's go to create post. And since we have all that information, now what we want to do is in the reference, so we don't just want to save the post to the post collection, okay? Because now we have many users. So we actually want to do something a little different. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So instead of just saving the post to a general post collection, we're gonna do the following. We're gonna say, we're gonna create a new collection called users. Okay, the doc is gonna be the props.user.uid. Okay, then the collection is post. So, and let me make sure I spelled this right, users. So we're gonna say, hey, the new reference, the new post reference is gonna be actually users for that specific user, and each user has a post. Okay, so that's kind of how it's gonna work. And then from there on, everything should work pretty much the same. Okay, and then we will go and start changing things. So this is a little bit of refactoring, but it'll be worth it. Okay, so let's go to post. Okay, and let's create a new post. Let's do new user post. Okay, and let's grab some lorem ipsum. Let's post it, and let's go ahead and create that post. Perfect. Now, again, it's not showing up here. Okay, so why do we think that is? Okay, let's go back to create post. Okay, and let's see what might be happening. So if we go back to post now, okay, we also want to change something over here. So instead of DB collection post, okay, we want to go back to app, and in app, for the post, remember we're passing the user. So let's go to post. Okay, I want to say, we don't just want to get all the posts from the general post collection. And if we go over here to our console and our database, let's just check what happened. So now instead of just having a post collection, we have a new collection called users. Okay, let's go to the users collection. Under users, we have a user, which is the user that's currently signed in. And then under that user has posts. So in a way, we can say this is this user's blog, okay? And then we have that post that the user just created, and it's called new user post. So now let's try to get just that specific user's post, okay? Instead of a general post. So now let's go ahead and do db.collection, okay? And which collection are we gonna go into? The users collection, okay? Which user though? Okay, so we have to specify that. So we're gonna go props, the user, the UID, and then the collection is post. Okay, and then everything else, let's see if it works correctly. We're in Canva. Okay, let's see whatever we're getting. Collection reference doc. So this is okay. So this is the error we're getting. Function collection reference doc requires this first arguments to be of type not empty string, but it was undefined. So it seems like our user is not logged in. So let's see what's going on. Okay, so there we go. Now we have a user logged in. So let's go to post. And here we go. So again, I think it was just, since we had done it, we needed to refresh that. But now we are only getting that user, that specific user's post. Okay, so we should not be able to see any other user's post. Okay, so this is pretty cool. Now whenever a user creates a post, they'll actually just be able to see their own post and not someone else's post. And we'll create two accounts just to make sure that this is happening. But now we have to update everything, okay? Because before we weren't using this feature, okay? So now let's go ahead and refactor the rest of the application to work the same way. So we did it for create post, and you guys saw how easy that was. So we kind of need to do the same thing for everything else. Okay, so where do we need to do it? Let's see here. When someone updates a post, right? That would be one. Okay, that would be one of the. So pretty much on create and update, that's where we need to do it, right? Because that's where we need to be able to know which user is what, and we'll also be changing the path over here because we don't just want to show any post. We want to show the post for each specific user individually. Okay, so for post, we also want to show the user, and for post, so pretty much everywhere, we're gonna pass this user along, and then that will allow us to have access to it in the rest of our application. Okay, so now let's go to update user. Okay, so the update post, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, so when we edit the post, remember, we don't just want to be editing any random post. We want to be db.collection. Which collection? Okay, the user's collection. Okay, and which specific one? Which specific user? So we want to do the doc, which is props.user.uid. Okay, props.user.uid, and then that will allow us to edit the correct one. Now we need to go into post snippet. Okay, and then when we edit, okay, a post, okay, so that should be fine actually, because we're gonna be getting the property for the user from somewhere else. So all we really need is the ID, okay? Because remember, we're getting the ID from the URL, okay? But we're getting the user passed down from, okay, over here. And that's what we want. Okay, so for create post, again, same thing. And let's see if that actually is working. Okay, and edit post, we're getting an error. So what's the error? What does it say? We are getting an error somewhere here. So we get the user. So let's see for edit post. So that's update. Yep, okay. So on update, okay, so remember, it's when we're getting it. So we did it for updating it, but now we also need to get it. We also need to update once we get the post. So we're gonna do collection, okay, users, and then we're gonna go doc, and then we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna say props.user.uid. Okay, let's go to post. Okay, let's go to edit. And now we actually see that we do have the correct post. Now let's try to update it. Okay, updated user post. Okay, so this will be important. So let's edit this. And now we see that we're again showing the correct post and it's been updated for that user. Okay, now let's create a new post. Second user post. Let's grab some lorem ipsum. Okay, let's create it. And now we see that we have two posts for this user. Okay, and now let's delete one just to make sure that everything is working correctly. Now, if we go to the delete post, let's go to post snippet. Okay, where we have on delete post. So again, over here, we want to make sure that we're deleting the correct post. So we're gonna say db.collection. Okay, users collection doc, which doc? props.user.uid. Perfect. props.user.uid. Okay, and the rest should be fine. Now let's go back to our home page. Let's wait for it to recognize that we're signed in. Let's go to post. And now we're going to delete one of them. Let's delete the one that says second user post. And we deleted that one. And now if we go to post, again, we should just see one post. And it's the correct post for that user. So now our application, let's go ahead and sign out. Let's go ahead and sign out. And then let's see what's going on. So no user at this point is signed in. So what do you think will happen? Let's see if we get any errors. Okay, so yes. So let's go back to our app. And what are we saying is our default. So our default page is the sign-in page. So that should be fine. So let's see where we're getting our error now. So okay, actually we're not in default path. So let's just go to localhost. And again, we're not signed in, so everything is fine. And this will be the page that everyone will come to the first time they go to our app. So now let's try to create. Okay, let's try to sign up a new user. Okay, let's do test2@gmail.com, and let's do the same password, and we're gonna sign up. All right, perfect. So now that we have a new user signed up, we can see that they can sign out. Let's go to post. This user doesn't have any posts, but again, we're not getting any errors. So let's create a post for this user. And let's call it second user post. And let's grab some lorem ipsum. Let's paste it and let's create the post. So now we have the second user post. Okay, and if we go to post, we can see that we don't have we're not showing the other user's post. Okay, we're only showing the user that's actually signed in their post. But what's the issue now? Okay, so let's say that this person created their blog and they want to share their blog with someone. Well, the fact of the matter is that they won't be able to, simply because they're at this point we don't have an actual ID. So if they sign out, okay, although anyone can sign in, we need a way for someone, okay, to be able to see a certain blog. Okay, so every single blog should be able to be the post for that blog. We should be able to see it, but to edit the blog or to delete the blog or to create posts of the blog, you need to be signed in. But in order to view the blog, you shouldn't have to be signed in, and that's what we're going to go into next. Okay, for our next part of the application, now what we want to do is we want to be able, again, to be able to show users our blog, but not someone else's blog. So a user needs to be able to not be signed in and be able to see posts, while an admin can be signed in and see their posts and also edit them. But a user and an admin should be able to share a link, and that's kind of like where we're going to. We want them to be able to share links to their blogs. Okay, their blogs show any unsigned user, so someone doesn't need to be signed in, all the posts, but then they shouldn't have the ability to edit or update or create posts. Okay, so that's kind of what we want to create now. Now, how can we do this? Let's think about it. So we want to do, let's start here. Let's go in posts. Okay, what we want to do is we want to do users, something very similar to what we did with the database. Okay, so we want to be users, then we want to say UID post. Okay, so if you remember this colon, when we're doing our routes, okay, whenever we include a colon, that means it's going to be something we can access through the URL. Okay, so we have to pass it somehow. Okay, and as well, this is what's going to allow us to be able to share that that post, and even if someone is not signed in, they should be able to check that post out. So let's see how we're going to do that. So let's save that and let's work again. Let's just work one step at a time in the post section. So if we go to our navigation, okay, this right here takes us to post. So now we have to change this route because we can't just go to post. Okay, we have to change it a little bit. We have to say users. Is that what we said? Yeah, users. And then and again, you can call it users, you can call it blogs, whatever you want. Let's just go with users for now. And then over here, okay. Now, if we want string interpolation, remember what we have to use instead of double quotes is backslash, okay? And also, besides that, we have to open brackets, okay? So that React can interpolate. Then to do string interpolation, we do backslash, which is to the left of the number 1. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to use user .uid, okay? So user.uid, okay, should allow us to be able to go to the post, okay, without being signed in, okay. And with that information, it should be enough for us to pull, okay, all the posts for that user. Because remember, when we're creating posts now, okay, part of what we're including in the creation of the post, okay, if we look over here on create post, okay, let's go to that function. We put title, the content, but we're also doing it right there in the UID. Okay, so that's how we're going to be able to access that. Okay, so since we don't actually, let's go to our console, and then let's go to authentication. Now we have these two users, and these are their UIDs. So if we go over here to Firebase, we can copy their UIDs. And now let's go back to our app, and let's go to, now again, we're not signed in. Okay, so let's go to users, the UID, and then let's go to post, and let's see what happens. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we should get an error. Okay, so let's see what the error is. So the error is function collection reference doc requires its first argument to be type num empty string. It was undefined. Okay, so now let's go to post. Now in post, remember, when we are grabbing, okay, we're grabbing either the props.userid, okay, the user.uid, but the thing is, right now we're not signed in. Okay, so we can't get the props.user.uid because there is no user, right? So what happens in this situation? So in this situation, we have to account for both of those situations. And this is the way we're going to do that. Okay, so let's go and create a new variable over here. And then we're going to say let user equals, okay, if we have a user, okay, and the way we check for this is we're going to add a question mark, okay, after the props. So what it's saying is, hey, access user only if, access the UID only if user is available, okay? If it is, then we're going to use a ternary, then make the user ID, let's call it that. Let's call it user ID. Make the user ID that exact thing, okay? Because we know we have a user. If we do not have a user, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go props, and what do we say in our app that we call that? UID, right? If we go to our app and we go to post, we go to UID. So we know we can at least grab what the user UID is from the URL, but we know at this point we don't have someone signed in. So that should be fine. Okay, so the doc, we're going to go ahead and say users. And remember, we saved the user for their UID and then other posts. So let's see if that solves our issue. So again, remember, if we look over here, it says no user is signed in. Okay, and we don't see the ability to actually create, okay, or update or delete, but we are getting that user's post now. So now this user can essentially, and once we host the app, you'll see how, you know, we'll have an actual link they can share. But let's do something, because I actually do not like the fact that we're calling a user. Let's instead of user, let's use blogs. Okay, blogs, I think it's more accurate to what we're doing. So blogs.uid, okay, and then over here let's also do blogs. Okay, So now instead of users, we're going to go to blogs. Okay, so it's essentially what we're saying is our site has many blogs. This is one of the blogs, and these are the posts for this blog. Now, if we read the full article, okay, so now we have to do the same thing for posts. Okay, so in post, okay, we don't want to just go to post ID. We need to go to blogs. Then we got to go to UID, then post, then ID. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So now we got a post snippet. Okay, and in post snippet, okay, which is where we're doing the post ID, then we need to check whether we have a user signed in, and if we don't, then over here we got to actually change this. So we're gonna go blogs, and then we're gonna say, so where are we gonna get the UID from? So we should be able to get the UID from props.uid. Okay, so let's see if that's working. Let's go to post, and if we refresh, we can see down here that it actually shows. Let's check here. Let's do blogs, not okay, and we can see that the UID is actually undefined. So let's find out why it's undefined. Okay, so props UID. And we're in post snippet, okay, and that's fine. So if we go to app, because post path blogs UID post ID, okay. So in post, okay, which is where we're rendering the post snippet, we actually have to also pass the UID. And the UID, and remember, this is just because of the way data flows from React to in React from parent to child. So here we have access to the UID, so we're going to go props.uid. Okay, so now in post snippet, once we go read full article, we should see blogs, then the UID, then the post, and the post ID. And then let's go ahead and click on it. Now again, no user is signed in, right? So let's go to post now, okay? And we're going to have to do something very similar to what we did for the post. So let's go to post so we can use it as a reference, and then we're going to do it's not just the post collection. Now we got to go users. Okay, so collection. Which collection? The users collection. Perfect. Now which user? Okay, so let's go to doc, and then we should have props.uid available to us, and that's the one that we want to access. Okay, so let's try that out, and there we go. Okay, so now we have blogs, and as long as we have a UID and a post ID, then we should be fine. And if we go back to post, okay, now over here it's undefined, so we have to make sure that post has the UID, okay, and at all times, then that UID is defined. So if we have over here post, so for some reason, when we are over here, the post nav link is not being defined correctly. So let's see what's going on here. Blogs, undefined, post. So let's go to over here, and let's go to not just that, but let's go to post. And that is undefined. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So in post, because again, so here's the issue. So we're assuming that we have a user signed in, but in reality we don't know, right? So what we do know, okay, is that we need to do the same thing that we did before, okay? So only on an auth state changed, okay, are we gonna set the user, and that's fine, okay? But let's console log our props here, just so we can see something. And we have no props, so let's props for this location. Since we have no user signed in, we need a way to access, okay, that URL. Okay. So one of the ways we can do that is when either someone signs in, but if they're not signed in, how can we? What do we need to do in order for us to get that UID? Okay, so here's the best way, and this is something we were gonna do before. So how about we just do it now, and then this is the actual correct way that I think we spoke about before. So let's break this navigation into its own component, and this is again part of the benefits of using React. So that way we can see how we can solve this. So we're gonna create a new file, and we're gonna say app nav.jsx. Okay, and then we're gonna import React from React. We're gonna say const app nav props. Okay, then we're gonna go ahead and export default app nav. Perfect. Now we have to, just like everything else, import it app nav from app nav. Okay. Now we're gonna get the navigation, which is over here. Okay. And let's move it over here. Perfect. And then we're gonna console log over here the props. Okay. Let's see what's the issue. Div class name. Blah blah blah. What does it say here? Okay. So remember, since we created a new file, we have to then declare it. Restart the server, I mean. So we're going to replace where the app nav is with just our new component. Okay, app nav. And that's it. Perfect. So let's see if anything has changed in our app. And nothing should have at this point. Okay, there's a syntax error in our navigation. Let's see where that is. Menu. Well, okay, I can see a few things that we need to definitely include. The menu. Okay. So let's see everything we're going to be using here. Menu, item, and link. Remember, menu, item, and link. So we're going to be using the link over here. We won't be using the router. And now in our app, we won't be using the link. Okay, because we're just using that in our navigation. So where is that syntax error? We're still getting a syntax error. Let's see if we can hunt it down. Okay, so the issue apparently was I just restarted the server and restarted it back up, and that fixed everything. So again, when all else fails, restart your server. So now we're still getting an error. So let's check what the error says. It says reference error, user is not defined. That's fine. Now remember, part of a component is that we can pass properties to it. So we're gonna go user. Okay, and what we should pass to user is the user. Okay, so let's pass that to the user, and let's see if we're still getting an error. So the reason is before we were getting it because we had, remember, okay, we had it in our, so when we were using app, we had it over here, right? We had set up that variable. Now, since we're getting it through props, we need to actually access it through props. So let's refresh. And that's number 26. So over here again, props dot. Let's see if there's anything else we missed. Okay, perfect. So now, let's see here. Yep, that seems like it did the trick. So now, if a user, okay, but remember, the user is not logged in, okay? And we're still able to access their post, to read their post, essentially. So now our user has a URL they can share with anyone. And let's go to our console and let's copy. So which user are we on? We're on the 0A. So let's go to our console and copy the other user. Okay, and let's switch the user and let's go to post. Let's see if it's still working. Okay, so that's updated user post. Let's go back and let's see if that changes. And then we're getting here second user post. So these are actually the posts for each individual blog. Okay, so now the blogs, and then let's go and read the post. Okay, so second user post, which is what we clicked on. Let's again change the user, or essentially change the blog, and then update a user post. Let's read the full article. And we can see that we have we're reading the right article. So now we have a way to share, okay, our blogs, create multiple users for our blogs, have the ability to sign in, to sign out, go to post. So now when we go to post, okay, it seems like we still need to solve this, okay? So because now, again, this is not as big as an issue as one might think. The thing is that there really isn't, okay? Once we're signing in, anybody can be signed in, okay? So this post shouldn't be, this link shouldn't be here. That's the issue. If no one signed in, then there is no reason to show the post link because there's no one signed in, okay? And again, and unless you have a link to the post, okay, which the owner should be able to give you, okay, the owner of the post, the owner of the blog, they will have the correct URL. But the thing is, once we're signed in, okay, if no one signed in, okay, then they shouldn't be able to see this post link over here. So let's, so that's something else we can fix, okay? And maybe I'll leave that for homework, but for now, that's really the issue, okay? And yeah, I think I'll leave that for homework, and we can maybe solve it at a later episode. But now, let's do one more thing, which is the last thing. Now that we have our blog, we can sign in, we can sign up, we can see the posts, okay? We can have multiple users, and everything is working the way we want it to. Now, the last thing is hosting our project online and actually having a real URL instead of our local server that we can share with others. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, so one of the last parts we have for our application, and again, for me, usually this is the most exciting part because this is when we actually get to share our app. We get a real URL. We're not just developing on our development server, and it's actually online, so anyone can come in and check out our work. We can, this is really when the rubber meets the road, so to speak. So let's get into it. And once again, Firebase really shines here with hosting, because they will even host our app. Now we're gonna need to do a few things. So we're gonna need to install Firebase tools. Now again, I already have this installed, so this is all you got to do: npm install Firebase tools. Then we're gonna go next. We're gonna go. So let's go over here. I'm gonna turn off my server, and then I'm gonna go Firebase login, Firebase init. Okay. So we're gonna go Firebase login. I should already be logged in. Perfect. Now we're gonna go Firebase init. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna choose hosting. We're gonna use an existing project. Okay, and the project that we're going to choose is React Intro Blog. Okay, perfect. Okay. Now it says, do you want to use what do you want to use as your public directory? Okay. So let me just go over here, just so that, again, this is what is great about having other projects, that you can reference them whenever you want. So we're gonna go dist. So dist is distribution. So that's okay. If you look at our React app in distribution, that's where everything gets bundled. Remember, if we're using Parcel, Parcel creates a distribution folder. Okay, so that's already created. So that's where all of our app lives. Okay, so let's use this as our public one, and then configure a single page app. Rewrite all URLs to index.html. Let's go. Usually, this is the scary part. So, because you don't want to undo everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this index.html. Okay, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say sure. Let's go with yes. Okay, configure a single page app. Let's go with yes. File this index.html already exists. Overwrite it. Yes. Okay. And if we go back, okay, and now we go into our index.html. So if we go into the distribution, and in here, index.html, we see all these things that Firebase kind of puts in there for us, okay? And we really don't care about most of it. What we do care about is this stuff over here, okay? The Firebase app, the Firebase JS, the messaging, the storage, the Firebase init. Let's see, anything else that might be interesting to us? Probably not, okay? So again, let's just leave it as that for now. Anything else? Let's see here. No, that looks fine. That looks fine. That looks fine. Okay. So if we look over here now, let's go to our package JSON. And one thing that we do need is, so we're going to need this right here. Okay. So what we want to do now is we want to copy our CSS, our build main, okay, which is index.js, and our production for our production build. And our production build is what we are actually going to end up using in as our host. Okay, so we're gonna copy this and we're gonna go into our package JSON. Okay, so over here. Okay, we're gonna go, and instead of just having start, we're gonna have a few more things. So we're gonna have to install a few things. So npm. So if we go to CPI, CLI, so these are mainly utilities that we use for production. So although Parcel helps us for our development server, getting our app ready for production, it's a little bit more work, but not that much. So we're gonna get this copy CLI, and then we're also gonna get npm run all, which is another great npm package that you can find. So npm run all. Okay, let's just wait for this to install. Okay, now that that's installed, let's install the npm run all. And pretty much what we're doing here, just so I explain it while this is installing, what we're saying is, hey, copy. Okay, while we're building the production application, what we want to do is we want to copy the CSS, index.css that we have over here, okay, and we want to put that in the distribution file. The main file, which is an index.js, okay, index.js. Let's see what that is. Also, where is, oh, in the source file. So yeah, if we go into source index.js, we want to also put that in our distribution file, okay? And then we want to run all those, the build commands, okay, and the copy commands. That's what we want to do. And that should be all. So, and then let's also, just because we changed it and this index, I don't think it's the one we want to use at all. Let's copy our own index. Okay, so the one we created, that's the one that we're going to end up using. So let's go into distribution, and this index file over here, we're going to replace it with ours. Now again, there's a few things we want to change, so let's go into the distribution index file, and then let's go into our regular index file. Okay, perfect. Now let's go see what this let's go open up so you can see what another one looks like. And all we're really changing here is these files here. So again, let's look at ours. Ours is index.css. Well, the one distribution as well. Over here though, instead of going src index, because it won't be in src, remember it's just going to be index.js. So that's pretty much all we have to change. Okay, and let's see if there's anything else here that Firebase app. Okay, so let's copy these two scripts, which are our Firebase scripts, and then besides that we have and that's pretty much actually we have a newer version, 7.3, so we're going to use the 7.3 version, and that should be fine. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, React blog. So that's fine. And then this is the regular index. So let's just make sure we're in the distribution file. Okay, good. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do npm run prod. Okay. Okay, what's the issue here? Missing script prod. Okay, did we not have that in the package JSON? Well, we actually have to save our JSON file. npmi. Let's just make sure everything is up to date. Okay, and then let's save it, which is compare. What's new here? Start parcel index.html. Copy CLI. Where is this? Did we not save that? Yeah, we know. So we want to keep this. Okay. And we want to the start file parcel. That doesn't seem like it's changed at all. Okay. So let's run npm run prod. And let's go back over to next, and then we will let's wait for that to finish bundling our application, and then we'll see if we run into any issues while we're deploying the app and hosting it. Okay, so let's just give that a few seconds. Over here, we can see the progress, everything that is copied. Okay, distribution index.js. What else? The index, the CSS. Okay, right here. And now let's go Firebase deploy. And let's see if we actually. Let's check a few more things. This. And this HTML, and then let's check ours over here, which is, let's go over here. Yep. Okay, everything looks okay. Okay, so after waiting for a few seconds, moment of truth, let's copy this URL that the Firebase created for us. And here we go. So we have React-intro-blog, the Firebase app, Everything looks to be working fine. Let's try logging in, test at gmail.com, testing as one of the users. Okay, so it's telling us that in our index, so let's go to our distribution index. Let's say, hey, you need to do the app first, okay, not last, okay? So let's run npm run prod again. And again, these are things that once you're hosting, you're gonna have to, you know, for deploying purposes and things like that. You know, there's all these things that we check, okay? And little by little, whenever you have an issue, read the console, read the output, okay, in the terminal, go online, check whatever, you know, probably someone has dealt with it, and then you'll save yourself a lot of headache. So now we're gonna go and deploy again, okay? And another reason why I don't want to edit this stuff out of the video is because I want you guys to see that, you know, guys and girls, by the way, I want everyone to see how, you know, this is normal stuff that happens during development, okay? This is not something, I don't want to just show you a clean, you know, tutorial where everything goes out perfect, because guess what? When you're going to be programming, everything will not go perfect, okay? And again, one of the most important things of programming is learning how to debug, learning how to solve problems. Honestly, that is a huge part of programming, and getting good at that and getting comfortable with that, and knowing that you can get through, you know, any of the issues that come up. Again, get used to reading your consoles, get used to like reading through the lines one by one, get used to searching online. And again, this stuff really, you know, it's sometimes it's a little frustrating, but so worth it when you see your app up online and it's actually working. And then we'll deploy again. So let's see what it says here. Firebase store beforehand, and that's, let's see, React running in production mode. Okay, read how correctly configure in production mode. That's fine. On sign out is not defined. Index. So on sign out, there's a reference error there on sign out. And where? In index. So we got to check what that is. And we'll check that in a moment. So it seems that we have two errors. Okay. And just while we're here, let's fix something really quick. Let's run npm run start before we continue debugging our deployment. And let's go to app. Okay, so let's go to app nav actually. And in app nav, you see that we have this on sign out function, but actually we never moved it from over here. So the on sign out function, okay, actually needs to move to the app nav, because that's what's going to be using it. So auth the sign out, then set user to false. Okay, so let's learn something new. So another way that we can pass information down, we don't just have to just pass props, okay, or simple data. We can actually pass a whole function. So this on sign out function, let's leave it where it's at, and let's not put it in the app nav, okay? But what we do need to do is that on the app nav, we're gonna say on sign out. So we're gonna pass it as a property, okay? So on sign out, we are going to pass this function, okay? And then that would trigger, so from the app to app nav, we're gonna say, hey, pass this as a property, and then when we are over here in app nav, we're gonna go to sign out. But remember, now we have to access it through props. So we're gonna go props.onSignout, okay? And then that should be, that should fix that. Okay, let's just check out our localhost is actually working, and we're not getting any errors with that. Okay, let's sign in, test.com, testing, sign in over here. Okay, everything looks good. If we go to post, great, and let's try to sign out. And again, everything stays the same, except now we can't edit or create new posts. So that looks good, okay? That looks good. So let's go ahead and try to deploy again. Let's go ahead and do npm run prod. And again, remember, npm run prod gets it ready for distribution. And the main thing is that it's going to bundle everything into one large, or again, there's different forms of this. It actually, separates it so that it's the most optimal for rendering and for loading your JavaScript bundle. But essentially, it's going to put it in this distribution file, okay? And from this distribution file, it's going to load it. But again, the reason we don't work with the distribution file, because as you can tell, it's not very it's not very like reader friendly, and we want to be working with components and things like that. And then only when we're ready to deploy do we want to actually go through all that. Okay, so now that we have done that, we're gonna go Firebase deploy, and let's see if we can get this going. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to over here, our live version. Okay, no errors so far. Let's go to post. And there you go. Now our app is online. We have a real link we can share. So this is actually online, and you can share this with anyone. And that's pretty much it. We have our app hosted and working perfectly. So this is on our local host. This is on the live server. And now you have created an app from beginning to end. You have on React, we've used Firebase, we've used Firestore, we've uploaded it, we've hosted it, and we've deployed it. And you should be very proud of yourself. This is awesome. So let's finish this over here, and then we'll continue with other projects that we can add to our blog post to make it even look nicer. But let's just for good measure sign out, and everything still works. Okay, so congratulations on making it this far, and you should be very proud of yourself. And now you have an app that you can share with your friends and your family, and you should feel comfortable at this point to actually go in and start creating your own apps. Okay, so remember, that's the whole point of this. And you should also see the power of being able to create anything that you can think of, and just creating it, being able to not taking a huge amount of time, provisioning databases, hosting websites, everything that I've shown you, or how to create from the beginning of an app to all the setup is using some of the newest tools available and easiest tools to really get going on any project as quickly as possible. And now you should have that confidence you need to create applications. And again, the more and more you practice, remember, the better you get. And good luck. And we'll have a few more other exercises that I want to go through so that we can make our app a little prettier. But at this point, pretty much, you have a full functioning app. Congratulations for making it this far.